Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi was in fact introduced in Mahavikas Aghadi, but ultimately the kind of demands that have been made by Prakash Ambedkar is something that is not been met yet. As far as yesterday's meeting is concerned, Sanjay Raut, the Uddhav Sena leader, had cleared that they are thinking to offer them around 3 to 4 seats. But whether Prakash Ambedkar will agree to these 4 seats or not is something that we have to look out for. But although, as far as the calculation is concerned within the Mahavikas Aghadi for seat sharing, the Uddhav Sena is adamant to contest elections on 20 to 23 seats in the state of Maharashtra. And apart from that, the Congress will be in fact contesting on 15 seats. And the Sharad Pawar NCP is likely to go by 8 to 10 seats in the state of Maharashtra. So definitely, what would be the exact number? That has not come out. But yes, the consensus over seat sharing has not been something that have been met so far. And if at all, Prakash Ambedkar is excluded from the Mahavikas.
Sandeep, we will just come across to you again, but let's cut across to the big news break coming in. This one in relation to Liquorgate probe. Delhi Chief Minister has been given bail from what we understand. We will just put out the visuals also of Kejriwal inside the court. Republic confronted the Delhi Chief Minister in relation to the Liquorgate probe. Also note that he has been granted bail by Delhi court. He's been asked to submit a bond as well. In fact, this is the exact sequence of Republic confronting the Delhi Chief Minister for his role in the now scrapped liquor policy case. Let's listen into that full sequence. Alright, we will just play out that full sequence as well, but note this is in relation to the Liquorgate probe. He has been granted bail by court. He's been asked to furnish bail bonds as well, but he has been granted bail, so temporary relief kicking in for the Delhi Chief Minister. He's been asked to furnish a bond of 15,000 rupees. As we speak, these are the inside visuals of Kejriwal appearing before the Delhi Rouse Avenue court. We will just go across to Piyush and Akhil as well, but note. Alright, we will just play out that sequence, but note these are the inside visuals just minutes before he appeared before the Delhi court. He has been granted bail this a day after the court had maintained that he had to appear before the ED in Liquorgate probe. He's now appeared before the Delhi Rouse Avenue court. He's been granted bail from what we understand. Also, he will have to furnish a bail bond of 15,000 rupees. More details that are just coming in that Kejriwal's lawyer Ramesh Gupta had requested the court to allow Kejriwal to leave and continue the arguments. The ED says that there is no objection. This is more information that is trickling in. But Kejriwal's lawyer has now furnished bail bond of 15,000 rupees. He's been given temporary relief by Delhi's Rouse Avenue court in connection for the summons he's been receiving by central agency for his alleged role in the now scrapped liquor policy case. All right, let's cut across to Nikita, who's joining us live right now. Nikita, if you can take us through the latest news breaks coming in. We understand that Kejriwal has been given bail. He's also been asked to furnish a bail bond of 15,000 rupees. All right, not sure if Nikita is still connected with us, but note this is in relation to Liquorgate probe by the central agency. There have been back-to-back developments in the last 24 hours. Kavita, daughter of former Telangana Chief Minister, has also been taken into custody. In fact, this after ED had conducted raids at her residence late last evening, after which she was flown from Hyderabad to the national capital. So she is going to be produced in court today in connection with the same case. But let's cut across to Nikita again, who is back with us. Nikita, take us through the news break that is just coming in. All right, before we go across to our reporters on the ground, I'll take a look at this full sequence of Republic confronting the Delhi Chief Minister.
कुछ कहना चाहेंगे केजरीवाल सर आप? सर केजरीवाल कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? थोड़ा साल मौजूद कुछ कहना चाहेंगे केजरीवाल सर आप? अंदर आ रहे हम लोग आएंगे अंदर
Alright, so there you heard the entire sequence. Kejriwal being confronted as he appeared before court. He's been granted bail by Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. He has also furnished a bond of rupees 15,000 rupees in relation to Liquorgate probe. Note that there have been a lot of developments in relation to the same case in the last couple of hours. Kavita, the daughter of former Chief Minister of Telangana, is now in custody of the central agency. All right, I understand we have Nikita back with us. Nikita, once again, take us through the breaking news updates. What exactly did Kejriwal had to say, what did he have to say upon being confronted for his alleged role in the now scrapped liquor policy?
Now, Samiksha, I could not hear your question completely, but what I'm going to tell you is what is happening here at Rouse Avenue Court. Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been given granted bail on a bailable bond of 15,000 rupees. Arvind Kejriwal did appear in the latest development. He did appear in the court today, and as we can see, he has already left the court premises. While his senior counsel has said that he will continue there for the case, Ramesh Gupta, that is, senior advocate Ramesh Gupta, has said that he will continue with the case while Delhi's Chief Minister should be allowed to leave. And the Enforcement Directorate did not have any objection with the same. Now, this has been a high voltage day already. It's just the beginning. Arvind Kejriwal was summoned by the court because the Enforcement Directorate had put a case against Delhi's Chief Minister that he had been missing out on. He had been, in fact, skipping the summons of Enforcement Directorate, 8 in total as of now, Samiksha. And originally, Arvind Kejriwal was supposed to come here at Rouse Avenue Court on the 17th of February after the Enforcement Directorate approached the court. In fact, Divya Agrawal had earlier refused to put a stay on this court order that Arvind Kejriwal should be appearing, and that is why he did appear today. Now, this is the major development because out of all the 8 ED summons, this was the second summon by the court today. Finally, Arvind Kejriwal has made an appearance, a short one though, but he did appear. Also, let me tell you that we are here at the Rouse Avenue Court right now, and Arvind Kejriwal has been granted a bail on a bond warrant of 15,000 rupees. And last time on 17th of February, when he had to come to Rouse Avenue Court after ED's complaint, Arvind Kejriwal had said that he has to face a trust motion in the Legislative Assembly. And for that reason, he should be permitted to attend this hearing via video conferencing. Divya Agrawal back then had allowed for the same. Now, the latest development is that Delhi's Chief Minister has been granted bail, and he has already left the court premises. This is all in relation to the Delhi excise policy, the Liquorgate scam, where very big names have come. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party's Manish Sisodia, Then Sanjay Singh, Manish Sisodia, who was the Deputy Chief Minister of New Delhi from Aam Aadmi Party, he has already been in the jail for over a year now. And Sanjay Singh has been in jail since October last year, since the Enforcement Directorate raided his house. And Arvind Kejriwal is also to be questioned because the Enforcement Directorate says that his involvement has popped up time and again. And finally, Arvind Kejriwal attended the court today and he has been granted a bail for now. Back to you, Samiksha.
Thank you for the moment. Of course, closely tracking all those breaking news updates. In fact, details also coming in that Kavita is also set to be produced in just some time from now before the Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. We are heading into a short break. More news breaks to continue on the other side. All right. Slipping into a short break for now. Kejriwal given bail by Delhi's Rouse Avenue court.
You've heard that song, Who Let the Dogs Out? Then we'll all be singing Who Let the Jihadis Out. Regarding China, it says that there is a very real chance of escalation on the line of actual control with China. 500,000 men and women facing each other, both nuclear powers, because Chinese want to grab territory, because that is all what the Chinese do, and this is stopping the Chinese. I have been saying on record on this very platform that war between India and China will happen. The sooner it happens, the better. At least we'll sort out whatever we have to sort out. Pakistan is supporting terror inside India. The Pakistanis are not happy with this report. They are saying that how can you say we support terror inside India? Just want to tell the Pakistanis that 4 times you have been to the FATF. The Financial Action Task Force. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is very willing to use the military option in settling disputes with Pakistan. So they are obviously referring to the surgical strikes, which is to say that there could be a war between India and Pakistan. I hope not, for Pakistan's sake, that the existence of Pakistan is detrimental to India's national security. Do you think the Pakistanis have suddenly discovered Aman Ki Asha? They have suddenly discovered peace? No, not at all. So for anything, you need to have intent and capability. Pakistan has the intent. Today, it lacks the capability. What about the Akshardham temple attacks? What about the parliament attacks? What about the 1993 bomb blast in Mumbai? What about 26/11? Jai Hind friends, I am Major Gauravari and you are watching the latest news of the day. A very recent US intelligence report. Actually, it was talked about in the month of February, but yesterday, the Americans actually released the report, some parts of it, and cause of much concern, whether in Pakistan or in China. And that report says stuff very, very directly. Regarding China, it says that there is a very real chance of escalation on the line of actual control with China. This is what the report says, and I'll read out certain excerpts of the report to you. And this report here is categorical in saying that we warn of miscalculations on the India-China border. And what are these miscalculations? These miscalculations are, ladies and gentlemen, 500,000 men and women facing each other, both nuclear powers. The Indian Army is standing there firm and resolute to deter the Chinese, because Chinese want to grab territory, because that is all what the Chinese do, and this is stopping the Chinese. And a small miscalculation could misfire and grow into something extremely big. Now, there are 2 kinds of escalations that happen, because they have spoken of a miscalculation. Let me explain. So there is a vertical escalation and there is a horizontal escalation. And generally, ladies and gentlemen, generally speaking, we refer to vertical escalation as in using larger caliber weapons, more dangerous weapons, more destructive weapons. That is called vertical escalation. And when we talk about horizontal escalation, we are obviously talking about a spread of the war to areas. Like, for example, the Ukraine-Russia war is largely contained. Other countries have not entered the war, right, except for indirectly. But if you look at the Israel-Hamas war, then there has been massive horizontal escalation. If not vertical, there has been massive horizontal escalation in the war. There has been slight vertical escalation also, but mostly horizontal, which is why the world is very worried about what is going on in the Middle East, or West Asia, as we Indians like to call it. So that is one piece of the US intelligence report, and they say that, a miscalculation could result in a war, They're saying could. I have been saying on record on this very platform that war between India and China will happen. Whether it happens 6 months from now, 6 years from now, or 16 years from now, I do not know. Nobody can predict. But there will be a war between India and China, and I have said it repeatedly. This report came out yesterday. I have been saying it for the
All right, to the news break that is just coming in. Kavita, BRS MLC has reached Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. She is going to be produced before the court in just some time from now. Note this after she was arrested following the ED searches at her residence in Hyderabad. She was flown from Hyderabad to the national capital late last night. Her medical checkup has of course been done. All set to be produced before court in just moments from now. And we will just go across to Akhil as well, but note this is in relation to the same case for which Kejriwal has been granted temporary relief. He has of course been asked to appear before the court again, but in connection with the same case, Kavita is to be produced before Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. In fact, she's already arrived in the court as we understand. Let's go across to Akhil, who's joining us from the national capital. Akhil, if you can give us these news break updates that are just coming in. We understand Kavita has already arrived. Tell us about the kind of arguments that are likely to be presented on ED's side to seek custody of the BRS MLC.
Well, absolutely. The BRS legislator Kavita has left from the ED headquarters. We are just standing outside the ED headquarters, and here you can see the visuals from this side. And I like to request my VJ to pan and show you the visual of the ED headquarters. And this is the very place from where the Kavita has left, and she has gone to Rouse Avenue Court to appear before the court in connection with the Delhi excise policy case. And what has happened that last evening Kavita was arrested from her residence at Banjara Hills. The ED team has arrived over there at her residence, and the raid almost went for almost 8 hours. And what we know so far that 5 phones have been recovered from that searches operation that went at her residence at Banjara Hills. So if you talk about the arrest, the ED team has arrested the BRS legislator Kavita at around 5:20 p.m. and then after that she was headed to Delhi and she reached around Delhi at around 11:30 p.m. and all this has happened in connection with the South Lobby, because she has been charged in case of the Money Laundering Act in Delhi excise policy case. And right now she has been taken from this very place towards the Rouse Avenue Court. Yes.
Right, Akhil, stay with us. If you can take us to more, details of this case. We understand the South link in connection with the liquor gate is going to be the top focus for the ED. Explain to us the kind of interrogation that has probe that has happened so far, beg your pardon, and the liquor barons from the southern states who are also under the radar of the ED.
Yes, this is in connection with the Delhi excise policy case. If you talk about the excise policy case, there was a new policy that was implemented, and then after that what we have seen that in this case several politician and South group lobby was also involved in this case. So if you talk about this case, Delhi Chief Secretary has prepared a report earlier, and in which it was said that the policy was charted out by Manish Sisodia, which was arbitrary in nature. And in this this case, two senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders, which include Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh. Both of them have been arrested last year, and both of them have been languished in jail. And this is the third high-profile case, and because BRS leader K. Kavita is also a high-profile leader of the party. And if you see, there are several key players in this case, which include Vijay Nair, who is the media campaign head of Aam Aadmi Party, who owns several companies, and he is associated with Aam Aadmi Party for a very long time. Apart from Vijay Nair, if you talk about the key players in this case, which include Sameer Mahendru. Sameer Mahendru is the director of Indo Spirit, and he owns a liquor marketing company. And apart from Sameer Mahendru, the third person who is involved in this case is Dinesh Arora, who is a businessman. He owns restaurant chain Unplugged Courtyard, and he has got a big circle, and he was like a fundraiser for Aam Aadmi Party. And apart from Dinesh Arora, there's Amit Arora, who is a businessman and a promoter of liquor company known as Buddy Retail. So there have been several involvement of several businessmen, which include Sameer Mahendru, Dinesh Arora, Amit Arora, and Vivek Tyagi. Vivek Tyagi is the personal assistant of Sanjay Singh. And apart from these businessmen, if you talk about the cartel that is known as the South Group, which includes the South Group include K. Kavita, Manguta Reddy, and Raghav Manguta. And Raghav Manguta is the son of YSRCP's MP, Mr. Reddy. So if you see, there have been lobbying which has been claimed that there was involvement of the kickbacks in this Delhi excise policy case. Back to you.
All right, Akhil, thank you for the moments. So closely watching out for all those developments related to Liquorgate probe. For now, as we understand, K. Kavita has arrived in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. She is going to be presented in just some time from now, where the ED is going to seek custody of the BRS MLC. Now, Hyundai Motor India Limited has announced Samarth Championship for Blind Cricket and International Bilateral Blind Men's Cricket Series. Under its Samarth initiative, the 5-match series is set to thrill fans at Karneel Singh Stadium in the national capital.
Samarth by Hyundai actually is a purpose and a CSR initiative that we had started in the middle of 2023. It's actually a strong initiative to increase awareness and inclusivity for the disabled in India. They are an integral part of society. So we from Hyundai are actually working on this movement where not only are we internally in the company and at our dealerships making it fully accessible for disabled people, equipping our website for the same, but also working with the Samarthanam Trust to promote blind cricket in a very big way. So today I am here because this is the final day of the India-Sri Lanka Blind Cricket Bilateral Series. It's been an intense competition in the T20 format. Today is the 5th match. So in our humble way, we also want to promote blind cricket on media partners like yours, so that a lot of consumers can actually see that it is just a matter of giving them some support and opportunity, and their talent and their spirit and their sportsmanship actually shines. So yeah, from Hyundai, the program Samarth is just picking up. We require everybody's support to make the disabled more and more and more inclusive into our society.
The Department of Military Affairs commemorated General Bipin Rawat on his 66th birth anniversary, praising him as a visionary leader and military reformer. Note that The late general's legacy as a first CDS and Secretary DMA includes advocating for structural reforms and fostering civil-military synergy, continuing to inspire. The AIMIM chief questioned the citizenship amendment, raised questions over the CA, citing Chief Minister of Assam's statement about granting Indian citizenship to 12 lakh Hindus listed in the state's NRC, contrasting with the fate of 1.5 lakh Muslims, thereby fear-mongering once again.
अब जब CAA आ गया तो क्या होगा मालूम आपको? ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं, आसाम के चीफ मिनिस्टर बोल रहे हैं, जो आलाजाद के हेमंतु शर्मा नाम है, बेसु शर्मा, वो कह रहे हैं कि हम CAA से उन 12 लाख हिंदू भाइयों को सिटीजनशिप दे देंगे। ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं। अब वो 1.5 लाख मुसलमान क्या करना?
Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary advocated for unity under the India alliance to compete with the BJP, saying that he reflected on past instances of unity in Bihar and Bengal and even questioned Mamata Banerjee's shift in stance towards Rahul Gandhi, hinting at undisclosed reasons behind the change.
बीजेपी को टकराने की अगर किसी का मनसा रहे तो इंडिया में शामिल होना चाहिए। एकजुट होकर हम बीजेपी को टकरा सकते हैं, हरा सकते हैं। और इसके चलते शुरू में आप देखे हैं बिहार, बंगाल की जज तरुण पार्टी वहां की, जैसे कि नीतीश कुमार जी, बंगाल के टीएमसी, सारे एकजुट हुई थी। राहुल जी को बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री यहां तक कि अपने लीडर भी मान लिया था। फिर क्या हुआ, उस पार्टी को पूछना चाहिए।
According to sources, newly formed government led by Nayab Singh Saini in Haryana could witness an expansion today. 5 legislators have already taken oath as ministers, and it is expected that the BJP government may even expand its cabinet. In a shocking incident at Millennium Railway Colony in Jabalpur, a father and a son were brutally murdered. Police have initiated an investigation to uncover the story behind this tragic event. Between 14th and 15th of March, the Airport Commissionerate of Mumbai's Custom confiscated more than 2 kgs of gold worth 1.7 crores in 5 separate incidents. Heading into a short break, Prime Minister Modi to launch BJP's mega campaign in Karnataka from Mallikarjun Kharge's home turf in Kalpurki. BJP poll panel to hold third round of meeting. Remaining names of candidates to be finalized for the Lok Sabha votes.
Jai Hind friends, I'm Major Gauravari and you're watching the latest news of the day. Very recently, the Prime Minister of India spoke to the Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak, and both had a talk, and both parties were extremely eager to take forward, the free trade agreement between UK and India. In this free trade agreement, what has happened is that, it was initiated somewhere around 2022, and since then, more than, I think, 12 or 13 meetings have taken place, and it's all coming out now in the open that, we want to partner, and this strategic partnership, a very important strategic partnership between the UK and India needs to be taken forward, and, we need to take it also in the economic sphere, and we will give each other certain privileges and, more goods, Indian goods going to UK and more UK goods going to India, etc., etc. So there will be a lot of privileges, a lot of, tax breaks, and it's a whole this thing, which will a whole system which will encourage Indian trade with the UK and UK trade with India. Some of the richest people in UK, especially like Mittal, who's the steel king of the United Kingdoms. You know, he is there, and a lot of rich Indians reside there, billions of pounds worth of investment, etc. So that is one part, and there's a very dynamic Indian diaspora in the UK, and the UK recognizes the power of the Indian diaspora, right? If you leave aside Khalistanis, who are not Indians, by the way, I do not think we should count Khalistanis as Indians. They may have been born in India, but I think they are a blot to humanity, and we pretty much don't care about the Khalistanis. If you take them out, Indians have an extremely clean record. Very low crime as far as the Indian NRIs are concerned. Most of them are highly qualified, and they are occupying top positions. They are responsible people. The jail population, the prison population of Indians in the UK is extremely low. The Pakistani population and the Khalistani population is extremely high. I mean, first the Pakistanis go to UK and then they go to prison. It's like hop. UK is, okay, you land in the UK and then you go to a British prison. I mean, that's how many Pakistanis end up spending time in UK, because grooming gangs, etc., etc. But India has got a spotless reputation, and which is why most of the countries, they want to invest in India. Very recently, 4 European countries, they promised, they have signed an understanding with India that they will invest more than $100 billion in India over a period of 15 years. This is a massive investment coming in one go over 15 years, $100 billion. And this is also an acknowledgement of India's growing economic stature and diplomatic stature. And looking at all this, the UK says that we also want some of it. So countries vying with each other, there's Saudi Arabia, there is UAE, there are so many countries, right, who are actually...
Now, as the BJP kicks off its mega campaign for the 2024 battle, take a look at the Main Modi Hu Modi Ka Parivar song that's been posted by the Prime Minister as the BJP gets into full-fledged election mode.
मेरे दिल के घर में वो रहता, मेरी फिक्र हमेशा करता है, दुख दर्द मेरा समझे वो मेरी खुशी में शामिल रहता है। वो नहीं अकेला खड़ा यहाँ, मैं उसका संसार हूँ। मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ। कांधे पे रख के हाथ मेरे मुझको वो समझाता है, वो देता हर पल साथ मेरा, मेरा हौसला बढ़ाता है। परवाह उसे है मेरी, मैं उसका पहरेदार हूँ। मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ। मेरे सर की पक्की छत है वो, मेरे अपनों की सेहत है वो, मेरी जरूरतों का पता उसे बदल रहा मेरी किस्मत वो देख रहा जो सपने, मैं उनका किरदार हूँ। मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ।
मैं तुम्हें आशीर्वाद देता हूँ, मैं जरूर तुझे चिट्ठी लिखूंगा।
देश की हर माँ को उसने अपनी माँ माना, देश की हर बेटी को उसने अपना सा जाना। मैं चला बनाने उसकी फिर से अब सरकार हूँ।
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, 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 मोदी नु परिवार छू।
मोदी నాదు మోదీ పరివార
మోదీ గారి కుటుంబం నేను
జ్ఞానం మోదీయుడే కుడుముమాణ్ణే
মই মোদীর পরিয়ালর
मोदी यान का परिवार
मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ मैं मोदी का परिवार।
Alright, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of our broadcast. But do not go anywhere. Tracking on the other side, all the latest on Liquorgate probe. Kavita, the BRS MLC, is set to be appearing, in fact, set to appear before the court in just a while. Also tracking closely Prime Minister's Southern Blitz. Prime Minister and Kharge's home turf, Kalburgi, starting today.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
Just a day after the central government has now issued notification to celebrate 17th September as Hyderabad Liberation Day every year, and also at the same time now we are seeing that a movie based on the Nizam's rule, the Razakar's rule, now a movie is being released on the name Razakar. We have the producer of the film, Gudur Narayan Reddy, with us. We'll talk to him and know exactly what the movie talks about. Sir, the Razakar movie is all set to release on the 15th of March. What exactly does the movie talk about? What message are you trying to put forth through this movie?
First of all, I salute our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for declaring 17th September as a Liberation Day of Hyderabad. Because it took 75 years for the pseudo-secular parties who have ruled our country to not even to consider it. And every time some political parties, for their electoral benefits, used to talk that 17th September should be the official Liberation Day, it should be celebrated officially. Today, the union government headed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and also the Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji has taken a great decision. My salutes to them. Secondly, the movie Razakar is going to talk or depict exactly what happened during those dreadful 396 days. Post 15th August 1947 till 17th September 1948, till Hyderabad was liberated from the draconian rulers of Telangana, present-day Telangana, yesteryear Hyderabad province, headed by Mir Usman Ali Pasha, the then 7th Nizam. He acted so dastardly on his own people that unbelievable things have happened. Not even Nazis have committed such heinous crimes. Nizam has committed. And nobody had the guts to produce this because everyone, because a threat comes and they get scared and all that. I'm not scared. I am son of the soil. I would like to bring out the real story which happened and which was kept under the wraps all these years, 7.5 decades it took. God, Sri Lord Balaji has enlightened me. When I went to have darshan, as I landed in Renugunta airport, I got a feeling that Razakar in my mind. I thought, Balaji, Lord Bhagavan Balaji is, basically indirectly or directly is giving me a signal that I should take up this subject, which I took up, and it has come out very well. It's going to open the minds and also enlighten the present day generation, younger generation of our country.
Admiral Kumar praised.
फोर्स में जो है ये बेसिक ट्रेनिंग इतना ही ड्यूरेशन का होता है नॉर्मली, लेकिन ये करंट जनरेशन का जो अग्निवीर हैं दे आर हाईली मोटिवेटेड, दे आर वेरी वेरी कीन to serve, and maybe some of them want to serve for shorter duration and then go on to do other things, but they are very keen and we find them very competent, and अभी वो जहाज में आएंगे तो जहाज में they are already working on ships. तो महिला अग्निवीर बहुत अच्छे हैं यार, दे आर डूइंग वेरी वेल. अभी आपने देखा कि जो परेड जो है उसको कमांड किया है एक महिला अग्निवीर ने, दूसरा जो मेडल सिल्वर मेडल जो है वो भी एक महिला अग्निवीर ने हासिल किया है. तो दे आर, मेरे ख्याल से दे आर मोर डिटरमिन्ड देन द मेल अग्निवीर्स टू सक्सीड एंड प्रूव देमसेल्व्स. द ड्रॉप आउट रेट of women अग्निवीर is much less than the male अग्निवीर, क्योंकि ये चाहते हैं कि कुछ हासिल करके दिखाएं, तो they are very good. तो हमारा अभी इंडिजिनस एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर जो विक्रांत का कमीशन हुआ था इन सितंबर 22, उसके बाद उसका ट्रायल्स वगैरह हुआ है, इनिशियल ऑपरेशन क्लियरेंस हुआ है, उसके बाद उसका गारंटी रिफिट हुआ है, अभी हम उसका फाइनल ऑपरेशन क्लियरेंस प्रोग्रेस कर रहे हैं. तो अभी वी आर हमारा प्लान था फॉर अ लार्जर एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर कॉल्ड IAC-2, वो कुछ 65,000 टन और ज्यादा जो और भी बड़ा और ज्यादा एयरक्राफ्ट भी ले सकता है, तो उसका प्लान था. लेकिन हमने ये विक्रांत का यूटिलाइजेशन और कैपेबिलिटी देखने के बाद हमने ये डिसाइड कर लिया कि इट इज बेटर, क्योंकि और बड़ा एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर बनाने के लिए और भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए, मतलब ड्राई डॉक चाहिए और भी बड़ा, और फैसिलिटीज चाहिए, क्रेन चाहिए, काफी कुछ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करना पड़ेगा.
And with that, we are heading into a very short break. Election-related updates to continue on the other side of this break. And all eyes on BJP CEC meeting today to finalize on the names for the Lok Sabha elections.
Jai Hind, friends. I'm Major Gauravari and you're watching the latest news of the day. Very recently, the Prime Minister of India spoke to the Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak, and both had a talk, and both parties were extremely eager to take forward, the free trade agreement between UK and India. In this free trade agreement, what has happened is that, it was initiated somewhere around 2022, and since then, more than, I think, 12 or 13 meetings have taken place, and it's all coming out now in the open that, we want to partner, and this strategic partnership, a very important strategic partnership between the UK and India needs to be taken forward, and, we need to take it also in the economic sphere, and we will give each other certain privileges, and, more goods, Indian goods going to UK and more UK goods going to India, etc., etc. So there will be a lot of privileges, a lot of, tax breaks, and it's a whole this thing, which will a whole system which will encourage Indian trade with the UK and UK trade with India. Some of the richest people in UK, especially like Mittal, who's the steel king of the United Kingdoms, he is there, and a lot of rich Indians reside there, billions of pounds worth of investment, etc. So that is one part, and there's a very dynamic Indian diaspora in the UK, and the UK recognizes the power of the Indian diaspora, right? If you leave aside Khalistanis, who are not Indians, by the way, I do not think we should count Khalistanis as Indians. They may have been born in India, but I think they are a blot to humanity, and we pretty much don't care about the Khalistanis. If you take them out, Indians have an extremely clean record. Very low crime as far as the Indian NRIs are concerned. Most of them are highly qualified, and they are occupying top positions. They are responsible people. The jail population, the prison population of Indians in the UK is extremely low. The Pakistani population and the Khalistani population is extremely high. I mean, first the Pakistanis go to UK and then they go to prison. It's like hop. UK is, okay, you land in the UK and then you go to a British prison. I mean, that's how many Pakistanis end up spending time in UK because grooming gangs, etc., etc. But India's got a spotless reputation, and which is why most of the countries, they want to invest in India. Very recently, 4 European countries, they promised, they've signed an understanding with India that they will invest more than $100 billion in India over a period of 15 years. This is a massive investment coming in one go over 15 years, $100 billion. And this is also an acknowledgement of India's growing economic stature and diplomatic stature. And looking at all this, the UK says that we also want some of it. So countries vying with each other, there's Saudi Arabia, there is UAE, there are so many countries, right, who are actually, saying that we want to invest in India, because above all, investment depends upon ROI, return on investment. And everybody is very sure that, this investment will make a lot of sense for them as investors, because they'll get a lot of returns. That is one news for the day. And the second news is that NSA, Ajit Doval met Benjamin Netanyahu, and they discussed a lot of stuff, especially regarding the bombing in Gaza, humanitarian aid, etc., and the overall security situation in West Asia. We call it West Asia, the world calls it the Middle East, it doesn't matter. In West Asia, / the Middle East. Also very important what the Houthis are doing, and I believe some time back they hijacked, off the coast of Somalia. So the Houthis are in a separate area altogether, but this is Somalia. And when I talk about Somalia, proper Africa, and they hijacked a Bangladeshi ship. So all this area, right from the Red Sea to the Horn of Africa, down from there, this is a zone where if you don't get hit by a missile, you will get hijacked by the Somalians. So the Houthis are active, the Somalians are active, and this is something that the world is trying to fight against. And I'm sure they must have discussed a lot of stuff. They must have discussed the ceasefire. It will all come out. Details will slowly come out. But NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval going to Israel and meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister, I think it's a very, very big deal. Thank you for watching this video, ladies and gentlemen. I'll catch you again tomorrow with another video. Till then, Jai Hind.
Good evening and
hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Gini Nurullah. Let's first take a look at our top headlines at this hour. All eyes on the big political date sheet. Election Commission to announce the poll dates at 3 p.m. today. Prime Minister Modi to launch BJP's mega poll campaign in Karnataka from Mallikarjun's home turf, Kalaburgi. BJP poll panel to hold third round of meeting. Remaining names of candidates to be finalized for Lok Sabha polls. Lens on the South Group as ED arrests Kavita and Delhi liquor gate case. BRS MLC appears before Rouse Avenue Court. BJP firefights rebellion in Karnataka. Ishwarappa to contest elections as an independent. Now, with the Election Commission of India declaring that it will announce the Lok Sabha election polls today, the poll battlefield for the world's largest democratic exercise has been thrown open. While the BJP, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is confident of securing a third term in office, the INDI bloc, composed of major opposition parties, is hoping to wrest power from the Bharatiya Janata Party-led National Democratic Alliance. Now, the Election Commission is going to announce the poll dates by 3 p.m. today. Not just the Lok Sabha polls, but also 4 states expected to vote in April-May. They are Arunachal Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Sikkim, and of course Maharashtra, Haryana, Jharkhand will vote later this year. So a decision likely to come there also, and a model code of conduct will come into force as soon as the dates are announced. My colleague Gursimran is joining us from Jammu. Very good morning to you, Gursimran. Of course, we know that, National Conference and PDP, People's Democratic Party, has been squabbling over seat sharing issue, and they're expecting Congress to resolve the issue. Could you take us through the seat sharing agreement in Jammu?
See, right now, important to mention that the seat-sharing agreement between the National Conference and PDP has collapsed. There is no possibility that they will be stitching an alliance for now, and there will be, yesterday I spoke to the Senior Vice President of the PDP, and he said that we will be fielding all candidates against National Conference in the Kashmir. Right now, we are at the BJP headquarters, where BJP National General Secretary Tarun Chugh is holding a meeting. This is a parliamentary core group meeting that is being held at the BJP headquarters, and you will see that the senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, they all have arrived here to take part in this meeting. This is important meeting with respect to that BJP is planning a micro level strategy that how they can defeat their opponents. In this seat of Jammu, where the two-time MP Jugal Kishore has been repeated, here it is expected that the Congress working president in Jammu and Kashmir, Raman Bhala, will be again contesting on the ticket of Congress and will be supported both by the PDP and the National Conference. So if we speak of the Jammu, we will see the Indie bloc coming together, but in the Kashmir Valley, there will be a split in the National Conference as well as the PDP. Right now, Tarun Chugh is holding the meeting. We are showing you the visuals, and later in the afternoon, the Congress party has also scheduled a meeting that will be headed by its J&K chief Vicar Rasulwani, and that meeting is very important because it is expected that in days to come, probably on 18th of March, there will be announcement of the candidates, and Congress party is now trying to get Chaudhry Lal Singh, who is a BJP rebel, into their party fold so that he can be fielded as candidate from the Udhampur Lok Sabha seat, from where the BJP has fielded its two-time MP and also the senior leader Dr. Jitendra Singh. I'll request Sarjeevan if he can come, and this is the meeting of the Bharatiya Janata Party that is going on. Apart from this, the PDP and the National Conference are also expected to reveal the names of their candidates in next 1 week time. So the next 1 week is going to have the hectic parlays as far as the politics of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, that how these political parties are going to field their candidates, and there are many permutations and combinations that the political parties are working around the corner so that they can be fixed and they can field a candidate that can give a tough fight to the BJP, because be it National Conference, the PDP, the Congress, though they have the inner fighting, but what they claim that they will be going to come with a strong candidates against the Bharatiya Janata Party, and BJP is yet to announce the candidates on 3 seats. The 3 seats are the Baramulla Lok Sabha seat, the Srinagar Lok Sabha seat, and also the Anantnag Rajouri Lok Sabha seat, where the BJP is expecting that they will be able to garner good votes due to the Pahari reservation that has been granted, the ST reservation granted to the Pahari community, the 10% reservation. So all these recent decisions of the Modi government and also the on-ground work that the BJP claims they have done in the Anantnag Rajouri will fetch some good votes. So based on that, they are making some strategy, and in days to come, probably in a week's time, we will have a clarity that who is going to be the candidate against whom and from which Lok Sabha seat. The interesting seat will remain the Rajouri Anantnag seat and also the Srinagar seat, where it is expected that Mehbooba Mufti might be the PDP's candidate against the National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah. So these all things have to be seen, that how actually things pan out from here on with the announcement of the elections today afternoon.
Right, Gursimran, stay with us. We also have Prajwal joining us from Bengaluru, and Gursimran, Aneri from Hyderabad, and Harsha from Delhi. Now, going across to you, Prajwal, first. We know that the rebellious BJP leader Ishwarappa is going to contest as an independent. Of course, there's going to be a big loss in terms of votes for the BJP. Now, we also know that the Prime Minister is scheduled to visit Shimoga on 18th March. So will he change his decision?
You know, looking at Ishwarappa's political career, which has spanned for over 43 years now, Guinea, one thing is for sure, yes, Ishwarappa is very aggressive. But when it comes to the matters of the BJP party, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Sangh Parivar, he's always been convinced as well. Because in 2023 Assembly elections as well, when his name was not announced, there were chances that he would have rebelled against his own party. But one call from Prime Minister Narendra Modi changed it all. And KS Ishwarappa decided that he will remain with the party, and in fact he was the one who went on and campaigned for the candidate who stood in his place from Shimoga Assembly constituency too. So anything is possible. So will this happen before the 18th of March, or will this happen post that, is something which needs to be seen at this point of time. Because one thing with KS Ishwarappa has always been the fact that he will eat into the Kurba as well as the Idiga votes. Because yes, he will be causing a lot of damage to the BJP, but at the same point of time he will also be causing a lot of damage even to the Congress candidate in terms of pulling away votes of Geeta Shivraj Kumar, who is the Congress candidate who will be fielded from the Shimoga Lok Sabha constituency too. So it's a two-edged sword for the Congress at this point of time if KS Ishwarappa will go ahead and put his nomination papers. Secondly, it is not only Shimoga that the BJP will have to be worried about. They will also have to look in at Koppal, Haveri as well as Mysuru too, because somewhere the people in Mysuru are stating that Pratap Simha will have to be brought back as well, and they have launched a campaign. Secondly, we are also seeing that Sanganna Kreddy, the sitting MP, is going ahead and hitting out and rebelling against this candidate from the BJP, Dr. Baswaraj Kyavatur. We are still seeing that the BJP is undecided as to who will contest from Belagavi, even though Prahlad Joshi, the union minister, as well as Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa, the former chief minister, says that it will be Jagdish Shettar. Mangala Angadi has gone ahead and expressed that there might be possible chances that she wants somebody from her family also to contest. So they are facing a lot of ripples as well, but they are quite sure. Mr. B.Y. Vijayendra, the BJP party president, stated that we will iron out the differences. Meanwhile, if you are also looking at the Congress, there has been only 7 candidates who have been announced so far, and they are in search for 21 candidates across the state of Karnataka. And when it comes to the Bengaluru constituencies, the 3 constituencies of Bengaluru, which is Bengaluru South, Bengaluru North and Bengaluru Central, they are finding it very hard to go ahead and find candidates as well, because so far we have seen that only one constituency from Bengaluru has been announced, which is the Bengaluru Rural Lok Sabha constituency, where they have announced the name of sitting MP D.K. Suresh as well. But in Bengaluru South, Bengaluru North and Bengaluru Central, the Congress finds a lacune because they are still not confident as to who will go ahead and contest, and whether even if they contest, will they emerge victorious, as even sitting ministers are stating that they are backing out of the race.
Right, Prajwal, stay with us. Going across to you, Aneri, now. We know that Bahujan Samaj Party and BRS, Bharat Rashtra Samiti, have, of course, allied for the Lok Sabha polls. Can you take us through the alliance, the seat-sharing arrangement?
Well, that's right, Guinea. What we have been seeing is that on the day where we are seeing that just few hours from now, the Election Commission will be announcing the dates. But before that, we see that there has been an alliance which has been now announced by the BRS Chief K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who was also the former Chief Minister of Telangana, who has now joined hands with the BSP. So BSP will be contesting on 2 seats, whereas on the remaining 15 seats, the BRS will be contesting. But when we talk about the Hyderabad seat particularly, the BJP has filled in Madhavi Lata, who has been one of the big names here in the BJP, and she will be contesting against Asaduddin Owaisi, and also the BRS has given BSP the Hyderabad seat. So definitely it's now going to be the Congress, BRS, and Congress, BSP, MIM and the BJP. Definitely we'll have to wait and watch what will be the next move. But when we talk about the election here, we have been seeing that how there has been a triangular fight between the BJP, BRS and MIM and the Congress party. But also at the same time, we have been seeing that after the Congress party has come to power, many of the leaders from the BJP and from the BRS have now joining into the Congress party, because just yesterday it was that AP Jitendra Reddy, who is a former MP and who was a senior BJP leader, after he was denied ticket from the Bharatiya Janata Party from Mehboob Nagar.
Well, news just coming in that the protesters have been arrested. The protesters were protesting we can see on screen that the protesters are protesting and they have been arrested. Cutting across to you, Aneri. Once again, we can see that the protesters who were protesting in Hyderabad
have been staging protest. Well, what we are seeing right now is that the supporters of the BRS party have been staging protest over the arrest of K. Kavita, where she was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate officials yesterday from Hyderabad, and later she was taken to the national capital, and right now she is being produced before the Rouse Avenue Court in the national capital for the custody. But also when we talk about the BRS party, they have been calling it as the vendetta politics by the BJP, and also they have been questioning the timing, and at the same time we see that the BRS has now called for a statewide protest, and that is the reason why we see that protest has broken out in Siddipet district of Telangana, where BRS supporters were seen staging protest. Well, however, police reached the spot then, and later the police officials had taken all the BRS leaders, they had detained, and they were later shifted to the local police station. But what we are also learning is that the BRS has now also said that they will also be looking at the legal legal opinion also they will be taking, because remember, there is already a case which has been which has been going on in the Supreme Court, and the next hearing for that was on the 19th. But just before that, we saw that K. Kavita has now been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate officials yesterday from Hyderabad, and right now she will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. So we'll have to wait and watch what hearing goes on. But as of now, BRS supporters are seen staging protest against the arrest of K. Kavita, and also they have been calling it as a vendetta politics, and also questioning the timing over the arrest of K. Kavita.
Right, Aneri, you know, while she was being arrested, K. Kavita asserted that she had done nothing wrong, and she also alleged that the centre was using the ED as the BJP could not gain, I quote, backdoor entry into Telangana.
Well, Guinea, definitely the BRS and the BJP are right now in a face of, because when we see when we talk about the BRS says that the BJP has been using all the central agencies against the opposition parties, because remember, K. Kavita had been earlier summoned, but she did not appear before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning, whereas she had moved to the Supreme Court, and later she had got some sort of relief, and that is the reason why we had seen that the next hearing for that case was on the 19th of September and 19th of March in the Supreme Court. But then just before that, yesterday, we had seen the Enforcement Directorate officials arriving at K. Kavita's residence, conducting searches, and later she was also arrested. But amid the arrest, we also seen how K. Kavita's brother and the BRS working president K.T. Ramarao, who was seen putting a heated argument with the ED officials there at Kavita's residence, questioning on how can they arrest K. Kavita without a transit warrant, and also when there is a matter which is pending in Supreme Court, then will it not breach the Supreme Court guidelines? And also that is the reason why we are seeing right now a lot of developments and protests which have been broken out here in the state of Telangana by the BRS supporters over the arrest of K. Kavita, and they have been also hitting out at the BJP, calling it as a political vendetta by the Bharatiya Janata Party and use of central agencies against the opposition parties is what the BRS says. Against the opposition parties is what the BRS says.
Right, Aneri, thank you so much for that update. Of course, we can see the protesters protesting against the arrest of K. Kavita. These are the BRS supporters. Now it's time to slip in a very short break. But coming up after this break, Prime Minister to launch BJP's mega poll campaign in Karnataka from Mallikarjun's home turf, Kalaburgi.
So tomorrow the Election Commission will announce the dates for the general election of 2024, and that announcement will be in a press conference at 3 o'clock. So by roughly 4 o'clock, 4:30, we'll know the dates when your part of the country will go through general elections, when you will be voting in the next election. And as you all know, this is part of a process. Last time also, the election dates were announced around the 10th of March 2019, and the new government was sworn in by the end of May in 2019. This time it's about 5 days later, very much on time. The new Lok Sabha has to be constituted as per the rules. The term of the present Lok Sabha ends on the 16th of June, and therefore a new house has to be constituted before that. So everything is on track. Ladies and gentlemen, what is not on track is the preparation of the opposition. This is a very one-sided election, whichever way you want to look at it. And it's not a question of giving it a spin. The fact is that the opposition this time seems totally lost and totally underprepared. It is clutching for straws. It is having its Chaukidar Chor Hai moment. It is looking for support from certain sections of the media. Certain people who call themselves public intellectuals are giving them moral support. But increasingly, even among those people who are the core base of the anti-BJP group, they are coming to the conclusion that this election is a lost election for them. Firstly, there is no unity in the opposition. We are 1 month away. There has not been one single joint opposition rally. I repeat, there has not been one single joint opposition rally. 1. 2, the alliances has dwindled. They were trying to bring together an alliance, then the JDU left the India alliance, the TMC ditched the India alliance. There is no clear status on the situation between the Maharashtra partners. And you have seen what happened in Kerala, where the CPIM is fielding a candidate against Rahul Gandhi. Now what remains? What remains, viewers, is whether the BJP can cross the 50% mark. Now that will require a 10% swing. Is a 10% swing possible? Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. But not impossible. Now, when was the last time any party in our country got about a 50% of the vote? I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was around 1984, where after Indira Gandhi's assassination, there was a sympathy vote, and the Congress had climbed to about 48%. The Prime Minister sets a target of 370. If 370 is what the BJP needs to get, then it has to fight for somewhere close to 45 to 50% of the vote share. That means the Prime Minister is looking for a 6 to 7%, 8% swing in favor of the BJP in this election. Is there a tsunami towards that? Is there a psychological momentum towards that? Is there a sentiment towards that? It's difficult to say. There isn't any X factor moment this time. But having said that, the BJP is within reach. And why am I saying so? I think the BJP is within reach of 370 for three or four basic reasons.
One, remember viewers, that the BJP was a runner-up in 72 seats.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, as BJP kicks off its mega campaign for the 2024 battle, take a look at the Main Modi Hu Modi Ka Parivar song posted by the Prime Minister as BJP gets into full-fledged election mode.
मेरे दिल के घर में वो रहता, मेरी फिक्र हमेशा करता है। दुख दर्द मेरा समझे वो, मेरी खुशी में शामिल रहता है। वो नहीं अकेला खड़ा यहाँ, मैं उसका संसार हूँ।
मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ।
कांधे पे रख के हाथ मेरे मुझको वो समझाता है। वो देता हर पल साथ मेरा, मेरा हौसला बढ़ाता है। परवाह उसे है मेरी, मैं उसका पहरेदार हूँ।
मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ।
मेरे सर की पक्की छत है वो, मेरे अपनों की सेहत है वो। मेरी जरूरतों का पता उसे, बदल रहा मेरी किस्मत वो देख रहा जो सपने, मैं उनका किरदार हूँ।
मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ।
मैं तुम्हें आशीर्वाद देता हूँ, मैं जरूर तुझे चिट्ठी लिखूंगा।
देश की हर माँ को उसने अपनी माँ माना, देश की हर बेटी को उसने अपना सा जाना। मैं चला बनाने उसकी फिर से अब सरकार हूँ।
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ, मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ।
मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ,
मोदी नु परिवार छू।
नान मोदी कुटुंबम,
आमी मोदी परिवार, मी मोदींचा परिवार आहे, नन्नदु मोदी परिवार।
मोदी गारी कुटुंबम नेनु,
ज्ञानम मोदीयुडे कुडुंबमाने,
मोदी पोरियालो,
मोदी यांका परिवार।
मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ,
मैं मोदी का परिवार हूँ,
मैं मोदी का परिवार।
Time to slip in a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Modi to launch BJP's mega poll campaign in Karnataka from Mallikarjun's home turf, Kalaburgi.
Dialogue is home to me now. It's my friend and it's my enemy. In the end, it keeps me alive. Only as once, very carefully, because it's a hideous disease. It's horrible because it's so contagious in its extent of damage to a human being is totally unpredictable. Mine was extensive. One of the worst cases ever recorded. And I'm still here. But I've watched thousands of kids in my ward, in my time, at Parkland, die of it that had considerably less problem. You never know. So, the machine, I can tell you that it is another way of life. It's a different kind of life, and that you're totally restricted. Many people would go crazy in it. And I watched them do it in the hospital. But you adapt and you learn to do what you need to do to accomplish your goals and your dreams with the help of the ISRO.
Time to welcome the doyen of Indian private banking, the legendary Mr. K.V. Kamath. He's been Bharat's most dependable troubleshooter through every banking crisis, from using his personal interventions to turn the tide between a deal and no deal, to grooming the next gen of private banking talent of India, to infusing technology and digitalization into Indian private banking. Mr. Kamath today will give us a perspective on how Bharat will sail through the jet stream. And we've got a short audio visual here that we'd like to share with you quickly.
India will become a global financial center in the coming years. That is because the growth that we see in India, continued 10% growth momentum and acceleration in terms of economic development would make this a very large economy which will warrant its own global financial center. But leading to it, we will have to take several steps. These would primarily include deepening of our various markets, whether they be currency markets, debt markets, or equity markets, and providing freer flows into the country and out of the country. I think once this happens, India will become a major global financial center.
There was never a better time to have been born an Indian, and I mean it with all sincerity, because no other country has today a runway of another 25 years, whether it is in infrastructure, whether it is in manufacturing, whether it is in every area of operation. And all this happening at a time when technology is changing at a dramatic pace and will drive everything that we do.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. K.V. Kamath, the pillar by himself, the doyen of Indian private banking, who will be in conversation with the business editor, Republic TV, Sharmila Bhomik.
It's a real honor to be on the same stage with Mr. K.V. Kamath. Not only he is one of the major architects of India's financial system, but he is someone who has actually seen the entire economy of India boom over the last couple of decades. Welcome, sir, to the Republic Summit. So there has been never a better time to discuss the Indian economy. The Q3 GDP figures are stunning. Despite the global, turmoil, how is it that India is doing everything right? What are the factors driving our story?
Thank you for having me here today. That's a very interesting question because it has surprised everybody who has observed economic development that you have turmoil in the developed countries, whereas we have bucked the trend. And of course, there's turmoil in other developing countries too. I think this is primarily because of resolute action by A, the government, and B, the regulators, who have played an important role in guiding this whole transition through the challenges. First COVID, and then we have had the situation in Europe. And I think we have, and it has taught us something, that we in a way can get disconnected from what is happening in the West and drive our own agenda. Again, to paraphrase what the Honorable Prime Minister says, Atmanirbharta. I think Atmanirbharta is a core component of why we have done as well as we have done to the crisis. I'll give a data point. I think COVID was a crisis everywhere, but we came out of COVID with probably 25% better productivity at our manufacturing level than we ever had. So I think Indian industry, Indian entrepreneurs, the Indian spirit learned to manage change. And I think we have now, we will not let it go.
Right. So the theme of today's summit is Bharat, the next decade. We see the growth map for India charted out pretty well. But what are the factors beyond CapEx which can actually put force behind this growth?
I think there's a combination of several things that is required to drive this whole thing. And A, primarily there is, I would say, talent. People need to get together to drive progress. And of course, CapEx follows. The people equation, as I was saying, is the key to growth, apart from the CapEx that you mentioned. And there are a whole lot of drivers that we never imagined would propel us. And I would add, digital is the third key to our CapEx in hard infrastructure, CapEx in manufacturing, digital India, and talent. I think these, put together will drive us forward. Just to put it in context, on the manufacturing front, the large industries now, by and large, can meet their growth aspirations through internal cash generation. That is cash that the company throws up every year. It was not so just 20 years back. 20 years back, they said, we'll put up 1, 2 will come as debt. No longer. They say that we can put up the entire investment. Infrastructure is where I think most effort is now being put, and government leads. And government has been leading, for example, in the road sector. It's entirely government-led. In the rail sector, entirely government-led. But then as you go along to other sectors, let's take telecom, private sector is leading. Ports, airports, private sector is leading. Power, again, government and private sector is leading. Green energy, again, I would say joint efforts by government and this. So there is very interesting play that is happening in terms of sectors that need government support are getting government support and government push. Other sectors are encouraged to be driven by private sector. And then comes digital, which we have actually not counted so far. My assessment is that at this point in time, probably digital is contributing 8 to 10% of our GDP. In a full, I would say, developed stage, and that stage, given what heard the honorable ministers say, I think probably is 5 years away. A full digital force in India, that should contribute between 20 to 30% to the GDP, not of the GDP, to the GDP. Now you're looking at the last numbers, 8.4% was the number, and a lot of people are surprised, and most analysts had the number much lower. I was not surprised. I was expecting that number. And my own assessment is that the base is now going to be reset. So 8.5% is now going to be the base level of growth. And to that, I would add that 20-25% that will come from digital India. It's all its avatars as it well. Everything, not just digital finance, but the entire digital spectrum. And if you add that 20-25% to 8.5%, you are well into double digits. Now you are well into double digits, the Viksit Bharat dream comes true, because you are compounding every 7 years then in terms of your GDP. So 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16 in 2 turns, just 2 turns. And you are then into a different orbit, as it were. So I'm extremely bullish that what we have seen so far is not a flash in the pan. A lot of steps have been taken. Industries have become much more efficient, much more productive, and now they have the full support of the government. Interest rates have been kept, I would say, at a very nominal level or attractive level, and you have got a growth runway. Because there is so much to be built in India that the 25-year runway, which was first, again, in a way, identified and articulated by the Honorable Prime Minister, appears absolutely something that is doable. You look around and we can see there is enough effort we need to put in for next 25 years. Because a lot of growth stories die down or peter away because there is nothing to invest on. But we will have a very long runway to invest on. So I would think that we are on the absolutely right track, and we should progress on this track for the foreseeable future.
So while we are very bullish on this entire digital story of India, we have recently been witnessing some negativities emerging out of this because of lack of regulation, the entire fintech industry, which has tremendous potential. But what do you think, to your mind, needs to be done so that stuff like Paytm doesn't recur in this country?
I won't talk of any companies, but let me put it in the regulatory context, because we have grown through regulation, at least in my career, over 52 years. But at least last 30 years, I have seen it at close quarters. I think the regulator knows the pulse. The regulator has got everything that needs to be regulated out there and is on top of the situation. Now, if we have slipped as a company, it is the regulator who will point out to us that you have slipped and corrective action has to be taken. And this is true anywhere in the world. We are no different in terms of regulatory action. So if digital businesses find that they probably have not met the expectation of the regulator, it is for them to correct, not for the regulator to ease regulation, because regulation is out there for a good purpose and we will have to meet it. And I think business people are smart. They will very quickly course correct, read the regulator and do what is right for their companies and for the nation. Banks have done it for all these years. So I don't think there is anything lacking in regulation. Regulation is in sync with what is happening around the world. And I think we will course correct where required.
But is there a sort of pressure on the existing banking system because of the fintechs to digitalize very fast? Because a lot of funds are being exhausted by the banks also to take to the digital route very fast.
Indeed there is pressure. In fact, if I were a CEO of a bank today, I would be scared. I would be scared at the pace of change that is happening. Let's not make it into a long this one. Let's take just one piece. Banks made their money on what we called payment transactions. Because in the payment transaction, you had a float. The float, you didn't pay interest. That was a large part of what you lent, and that earned you returns. So that float has virtually vanished. Because with the UPI and the payment systems that we have today, it is straight through. So the bank doesn't have a float. So there is disruption in one key area of banking. And of course, then you will look out for what are the other key areas. For example, just one more area, lending. Lending to the retail public. Again, what the Honorable Minister put out earlier today, just 2 sessions back. where he said that common street vendor now gets funding, all through a digital platform. So again, the retail side of the business is, I would think, today in the hands of digital players. So if the banks don't correct on these two, one, you don't correct on your payment architecture, and B, you don't correct on your retail lending architecture, you are then left with possibly only the corporate. But the corporate also is going to go to the capital market. So banks could be under threat unless they reinvent themselves. But I'm sure they will.
So the biggest story out of India's financial markets, it's recently hit the 4th level globally. But what is this good news for the banks? Because again, people would want to invest more in the markets, so there will be less savings. What is your take on that?
No, I think savings can be in several ways. Savings could be through a bank account. So the bank deposits, savings could be through a mutual fund account. And savings could be through long-term savings, through your pension and or your insurance that you put in. So, and all these are holistically required, in a holistic way, required for a country to grow. You can't just have bank deposits because the nature of bank deposits is short-term. Short-term doesn't really lend itself to, funding long-term projects. So you have a basic conflict. So to lend long-term projects, you require long-term funding, and that comes from pension and insurance and the mutual fund route via the equity and so on. And that's now happening. And that's growing at actually at a pace faster than banks. So this is again a shift that is happening, which is good for the country because you'll get the type of funds that you require for growth and not just end up having short-term funds, which when you lend for long-term creates an imbalance, as it were. Or in banking parlance, we call it an ALM mismatch. So I think things are happening in a very holistic way now, and which again gives me confidence that 8% plus growth, plus is digital, should be achievable.
So artificial intelligence is a huge buzzword worldwide, but for the banking system, it's a mix of good and bad because just as a lot of the banking work and interfaces are going to be automated, I believe there will be also job erosions. How is our Indian banking system adapting to AI?
It's an interesting question because I thought the same thing 25 years back. So we built a lot of back offices because you said the branch is not going to do the work, the back offices will do the work. And within 5 years, the branch didn't do the work. We thought the back office would do the work. The back office didn't do the work. It became straight through. Because when you transacted your, what you transacted hit your account, and then basically the account got squared up. So you did not need a back office to do the work for you. So this is natural progression. And in all this, the banking employment has not stopped, has not come down. It's only increasing. Banking attrition has not stopped. It is now 20-25%. So you need more people as you go along. And when we imagine in India today, which is a 4 trillion economy, and just imagine it at 8 trillion, your banking needs are not going to double. They're going to probably triple. And then you take one more turn from 8 to 16, you can imagine the sort of change that's required. And the change is not linear. This is just doubling of GDP, but the actual requirement of effort in terms of banking, in terms of technology, people, is probably going to be 3x at each turn. So I think there's going to be a huge driver here.
Is it entirely going to be a digital experience? How are we going to become financially inclusive through the digital play?
I think it's going to be almost entirely digital. I can't see anybody going into a branch to withdraw money anymore. It will be a digital experience. I would dare say that you will not even go to an ATM to withdraw money. We talk of 5 to 7 years from now. Your wallet is your phone is your instrument for transaction. And it is not just banking. The entire financial services play is going to be on this. Whether it's your mutual fund, whether it is your insurance, or whether it's your pension, everything will be in your... And today, actually, you can open a bank account in less than 5 minutes with just your device. You don't need to go into a bank. So who would want to go into a branch? So some of the, I would say, challenges that are there with digital, I think in the next 1 year will be eased out to make everybody comfortable to use digital. So I see a digital India going future.
Mr. KV Kamath is open to one question from Mr. Pai. He has a request for you. So if you can take that question, sir.
This is a question for you. Do you think in the next 5 years, we will have enough surplus and abundance of capital in this country for investments, for all sort of businesses?
Yvonne, that's again a great question. Answer is yes. The answer is yes, because you today have clean balance sheets. Corporates have clean balance sheets. The top 150 corporates have no debt in this country. Banks have clean balance sheets. Nowhere in the world, I'll repeat it, nowhere in the world today do you have banks with as clean balance sheets as we. NPA is less than 0.5% and capital adequacy of 17 to 18%. Nowhere. I don't see a shortage, particularly when we grow at 8% plus.
So artificial intelligence, digital India, very good news for the Indian economy, and we are doing a couple of things right. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. K.V. Kamath.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. KCR's daughter, K. Kavita, has been arrested today in the Delhi Liquorgate scam. We're going to talk about it. Today, a team of 10 ED officers from Delhi came. They carried out extensive searches and then they arrested her. This moment, ladies and gentlemen, should settle a few things. K. Kavita, like Arvind Kejriwal, has been singing on about the conspiracy of vendetta. In March 2023, K. Kavita was the same politician who sought a fresh date from the ED for summons because of a scheduled hunger strike on the passage of the Women's Reservation Bill, just like Arvind Kejriwal is doing now. K. Kavita is the same individual who has skipped multiple summons of the ED this year itself, just like Arvind Kejriwal is doing now. K. Kavita is the same individual who went to the ends of the earth to taint the ED as a politically motivated agency, just as Arvind Kejriwal is doing now. And K. Kavita, despite all of that, is under arrest today. Whether K. Kavita gets bail or not will be a matter decided by the courts of law. But just like the courts of law have kept Manish Sisodia under custody for 383 days, barring sporadic interim bail on personal grounds, he's been inside jail. Now, if this is telling me something, what is it? It is that Arvind Kejriwal should realize in this moment, at this hour, that the vendetta card, Arvind Kejriwal, is going to take him nowhere. That the ED will do what it has to and have to defend it before a court of law or custody. Arvind Kejriwal should also know that with K. Kavita in custody, the link with Vijay Nair, his man, his boy, the person who worked for him, that also will slowly be unearthed. Because it has been alleged that K. Kavita was in touch with Vijay Nair. And Vijay Nair was taking the bribes on behalf of the Aam Aadmi Party. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, there is a strong possibility that K. Kavita's arrest will lead to many more quick developments in Liquorgate. So the Aam Aadmi Party should really watch out.
और मोदी है तो मुमकिन है कम से कम हमारा 10,000 रुपए बच जाएगा 2 रुपए में भी बहुत फायदा हो जाता है 2 रुपए कम होने में बहुत बड़ी बात है सर तो हमें बेनिफिट मिलना है इसमें से
लगभग कितना बेनिफिट रोज का होगा
रोज का सर मान लीजिए कम से कम 200 से 300 रुपए तो बचेगा ही बचेगा कम से कम
कितना गाड़ी औसतन चलाते हैं डेली का
डेली हमारी रनिंग के हिसाब से करीबन 1000 भी चल जाती है कभी 200 भी चलती है कभी 100 भी चलती है मतलब अधिकतर है कि चलनी ही चलनी है हमारी तो पर डे हाँ 8 घंटे 80 किलोमीटर तो चलनी ही चलनी है गाड़ी ये तो कंफर्म है उसके अलावा जो है जैसे हम आउट स्टेशन भी जाते हैं हमारा दरअसल ऑल इंडिया परमिट है तो हम आउट स्टेशन जाते हैं तो कोई भरोसा नहीं कि गाड़ी 100 भी 500 भी चल जाए 1000 भी चल जाए 1200 भी चल जाए
तो एक बड़ी राहत है
हाँ बहुत बड़ी राहत बात है सर।
2 रुपए करके ही बड़ी रकम।
2 रुपए करके सर, अगर मैं दिन भर में 50 लीटर भी तेल डलाता हूँ तो 200 तो वैसे ही बच गए। 100 रुपए मतलब बच गए समझो, तो और क्या चाहिए हमें।
अच्छी बात है, घट गई तो हमारे को थोड़ा फायदा मिलेगा और लोगों के लिए भी फायदा है। कम इनकम है तो जिसकी कम इनकम है उसके लिए तो फायदा है। मैं रोज पेट्रोल डलवाता हूँ तो मेरे लिए तो अच्छा ही है। 2 रुपए में भी बहुत फायदा हो जाता है, 2 रुपए कम होने में भी, और ज्यादा थोड़ा पेट्रोल मिलेगा।
मानते हैं कि सरकार की ओर से बड़ी राहत दी गई है?
हाँ बिल्कुल।
कितना बजट में अंदर आएगा अगर महीने के बजट की बात की जाए तो?
किसी को क्या बता सकते हैं कितना, मगर आएगा तो थोड़ा बहुत ही आ जाएगा, जितना आना होगा जिस लोगों को। मुझे नहीं पता इतना कि बजट है। मेरे को अगर मुझे कम मिलेगा तो मेरे लिए थोड़ा फायदा बेनिफिट है मेरे लिए।
लगता है कि इससे अब जब डीजल के दाम कम हुए हैं तो महंगाई भी कम होगी।
If you look at the India in the next decade, I see its future determined by the application of technology in different domains of our life and then making an impact in the society. So if I look at the application of space sector in all of them, I think the space sector has been one torchbearer in showcasing an example to this country that it is possible for India to make its own path, her own path in the domain of space technology, to do it in different manner than that others did.
Just a day after the central government has now issued notification to celebrate 17th September as Hyderabad Liberation Day every year, and also at the same time now we are seeing that a movie based on the Nizam's rule, the Razakar's rule, now a movie is being released on the name Razakar. We have the producer of the film, Gudur Narayan Reddy, with us. We'll talk to him and know exactly what the movie talks about. Sir, the Razakar movie is all set to release on the 15th of March. What exactly does the movie talk about? What message are you trying to put forth through this movie?
First of all, I salute our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for declaring 17th September as a Liberation Day of Hyderabad. Because it took 75 years for the pseudo-secular parties who have ruled our country to not even to consider it. And every time some political parties, for their electoral benefits, used to talk that 17th September should be the official Liberation Day, it should be celebrated officially. Today, the union government headed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and also the Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji has taken a great decision. My salutes to them. Secondly, the movie Razakar is going to talk or depict exactly what happened during those dreadful 396 days. Post 15th August 1947 till 17th September 1948, till Hyderabad was liberated from the draconian rulers of Telangana, present-day Telangana, yesteryear Hyderabad province, headed by Mir Usman Ali Pasha, the then 7th Nizam. He acted so dastardly on his own people that unbelievable things have happened. Not even Nazis have committed such heinous crimes. Nizam has committed. And nobody had the guts to produce this, because everyone, because a threat comes and they get scared and all that. I'm not scared. I am son of the soil. I would like to bring out the real story which happened and which was kept under the wraps all these years, 7.5 decades it took. God, Sri Lord Balaji has enlightened me. When I went to have darshan, as I landed in Renugunta airport, I got a feeling that Razakar in my mind. I thought, Balaji, Lord Bhagavan Balaji is, basically indirectly or directly is giving me a signal that I should take up this subject, which I took up, and it has come out very well. It's going to open the minds and also enlighten the present-day generation, younger generation of our country. They need to know, because all this while, whenever we see any books, we see great things about some, Shah Jahan, Akbar and all that. But we never see a bad thing done by a same community guy, Nizam the Seventh. He has done such heinous crimes, committed such heinous crimes that 60,000 rapes of women of his own province and 2 lakh murders of the people of his own province, and there were innumerable number of lootings done by the Razakars. I would like to, I had a direction from Lord Balaji to produce this movie, and I have produced. It has nothing to do with any political sides or any inclinations or any sidings. I was always a good citizen of this country without any criminal record, and my sincerity should not be doubted.
But sir, also at the same time, on one side we had seen that there were a lot of cases which were put to put a hold on this movie release. But now that the timing also of this movie is being questioned, because on one side we see that the central government has already issued notification to celebrate Hyderabad Liberation Day every year, and notification has been issued. But also on the other hand, we are seeing that very soon the dates for the parliament elections will also be announced. So timing of this release of the movie is being questioned. How do you look at it?
See, some civil liberties organizations have filed a case which was dismissed by the Honorable Telangana High Court yesterday. All this while they were objecting by filing petitions with CBFC, Central Board of Film Certification, and all these people, and they could do all kinds of things for scuttling the production and completion of this movie. And today we are in such a situation by the nature, the Almighty, and even Panchabhutas are helping us in bringing out the reality, the true events that took place, true dreadful events which took place during the Razakars regime that is headed by Mir Usman Ali Pasha. And you are saying that, why at this time, during the elections? As I already said that, the movie was supposed to have been released during September, October. There were objections then. If I continuously get objections on one reason or the other, I cannot stop it, because it has to be shown, and I cannot have it. It's a huge financial, budgeted movie without big faces as such, big heroes, bigger glamorous people, but hardworking characters and hardworking actors and actresses have acted in this movie who exactly lived in their characters. They have entered into that and lived as.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Gini Narula. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. All eyes on the big political date sheet. Election Commission to announce its poll dates at 3 p.m. today. Prime Minister Modi to launch BJP's mega poll campaign in Karnataka from Mallikarjun's home turf Kalaburgi. BJP poll panel to hold third round of meeting. Remaining names of candidates to be finalized for Lok Sabha polls. Lens on the South Group as ED arrests Kavita and Delhi Liquorgate case. BRS MLC appears before Rouse Avenue Court. BJP firefights rebellion in Karnataka. Ishwarappa to contest elections as an independent. Well, news break just coming in that Owaisi has filed a petition in the Supreme Court. He has demanded immediate stop on implementation of CAA. Owaisi says that a plan is being made to target Indian Muslims through NRC. Now, AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi moved the Supreme Court against the implementation of the Citizenship Amendment Act. His move comes even as A number of Muslim influencers have come out in support of the laws. Owaisi has questioned the fate of 1.5 lakh Muslims who were allegedly left out of the NRC list in Assam. My colleague Aneri is joining us. Aneri, of course, the latest update coming in that Owaisi has filed a petition in the Supreme Court and he has demanded an immediate stop to the implementation of CAA. This comes in as quite a huge number of Muslims have supported the CAA.
Well, that's right. We have been seeing that AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi, who has been since day one, has been opposing the bill which was passed in the parliament in 2019. And right now, once again, Owaisi has been saying that you should see a CAA being linked through NRC and NPR. And that is the reason why it will take away the citizenship of the people. And also at the same time, right now, what we are seeing is that AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi has filed a petition in the Supreme Court seeking a stay, and also he has mentioned that he has prayed to the Supreme Court that interim directions staying the implementation of the Impact Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 and the Amendment Rules 2024 till the final disposal of the instant writ petition. Well, he has filed a writ petition in the Supreme Court to stay the implementation of this Citizens Amendment Act, and also at the same time we have been seeing that how there are many people at the same time who have come in support of CAA, and also at the same time, not to forget, Union Home Minister Amit Shah also was seen mentioning that CAA will not take away anyone's citizenship, whereas we have been seeing that there are many people who have come in support of CAA, but then still we see AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi opposing it, and also at the same time now we see that he has moved to the Supreme Court seeking directions from the Supreme Court to not implement the CAA.
Right, Aneri, as you just mentioned that Owaisi has questioned the fate of 1.5 lakh Muslims who are actually left out of the National Register of Citizens NRC list in Assam. Aneri.
Well, what we are seeing is that the move by AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi, well, he had also earlier mentioned about moving to the Supreme Court, because he says that the Citizens Amendment Act is not right, and that is the reason why it should not be implemented, because it will take away the citizenship of the people, and also it is to target certain sections, especially the minorities, and that is the reason why the CAA is not right. Back then in 2019, also not to forget, Asaduddin Owaisi has torn the Citizens Amendment Bill, which was passed in the Parliament back then in 2019, and now once again when we see that the central government has announced the CAA, they have Owaisi has opposed it, and also at the same time I'll also read out few points which have been mentioned in the writ petition, which states that he prays to the Supreme Court to issue directions that during the pendency of these proceedings no recourse shall be permitted to be taken by any person to the provision of Section 2(1) by B of the Citizenship Amendment Act 1955. In any proceedings relating to the citizenship before any court, tribunal or authority of India, and also he has been mentioning that this should not be permitted, and the Supreme Court should issue directions in this matter.
Right, Aneri. We saw Amit Shah explaining yesterday that a couple of days back that it's not going to take away the citizenship of anyone. Rather, it is going to actually give the citizens their rights. They'll get right to property. They will be able to vote. And we saw a couple of refugees actually celebrating the move. and they were protesting against the opposition who are against the rollout of CAA. Aneri.
Well, that's right. On one hand, we have been seeing that many of the people have welcomed the move of CAA by the central government, whereas there is still politics which has been happening. Many opposition leaders have also been opposing it. One of them being AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi, and many other leaders like from the Congress party has also opposed CAA. But then it all remains to be seen how it turns out to be. But then the rules of CAA have been put out. Amit Shah has very clearly stated that this will not take away anyone's citizenship, whereas we have been, they are making various provisions in this, and also at the same time, now we see that there is a petition which has been filed in Supreme Court by Owaisi.
Right, Aneri, thank you for those updates. Of course, it's a wait and watch situation as to what decision the Supreme Court takes. Now let's listen in to what Owaisi had to say.
अब जब CAA आ गया तो क्या होगा मालूम आपको? ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं, आसाम के चीफ मिनिस्टर बोल रहे हैं, जो आलाजाद के हेमंतु शर्मा नाम है, बेसु शर्मा, वो कह रहे हैं कि हम CAA से उन 12 लाख हिंदू भाइयों को सिटीजनशिप दे देंगे। ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं। अब वो 1.5 लाख मुसलमान क्या करना?
Now, with the Election Commission of India declaring that it will announce the Lok Sabha election polls today, the poll battlefield for the world's largest democratic exercise has been thrown open. While the BJP, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is confident of securing a third term in office, the INDI bloc, composed of major opposition parties, is hoping to wrest power from the Bharatiya Janata Party-led National Democratic Alliance. My colleague Harsha, Anirudh and Simran are joining us. Going across to you, Anirudh, first. Now, of course, we know that Assam has 14 Lok Sabha seats, and in 2019, BJP won 9 seats and Congress 3 seats, and the AIUDF 1 seat. Well, going to Harsha first. Harsha, since you're in Delhi, of course, I believe the poll dates are likely to be announced anytime now. 3 p.m. is the time. So take us through the details.
So, Guinea, right now I'm standing outside Vigyan Bhavan only, where the Election Commission will hold the very important press conference regarding the poll announcement, poll date. In Guinea in 2019, we saw that the election happened in 7 phases, starting from April first week, going on till May, and the results were announced on 23rd of May. But this time, what is important to see is that whether the elections will be conducted in all 7 phases, or there is going to be reduction of time. Reduction of time is much more important, because this time if we see that the internal security in the country after 2019 is at much better place, but the deployment of the paramilitary forces in the places like West Bengal, in the places like Manipur and the regions of Bastar, Chhattisgarh is very important. Although after the abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir, situation in Jammu and Kashmir is also much better, and that is the reason why this time it is also being said that a month-long exercise of the conduction of the poll is going to take place, or there is to be reduction of timeline of the polling phases. We have to look at this very important segment, which is which the Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar is going to announce today. Earlier, what we have seen is that the huge number of troops were deployed in West Bengal also, because there were political violence and also booth capturing incidents in West Bengal, be it by-election, be it the municipality election and the 2019 Lok Sabha election as well. So keeping in mind all these things, the Election Commissioner today is going to do a press conference. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, stay with us. Going across to Anirudh in Guwahati now. Anirudh, BJP is going to contest 11 seats in Guwahati out of a total of 14 Lok Sabha seats. And on the other hand, Indie Bloc, AAP is quite hopeful. And in fact, they withdrew its candidate, one of its candidates, and also demanded the Congress to withdraw two of its candidates. Could you take us through the situation in Assam?
Yes, Assam is a very interesting scenario this time, because this is for the first time that the Lok Sabha election will be held in Assam on the delimited seats. After the delimitation have taken place, this time the Lok Sabha constituencies are
కుటుంబ సభ్యులందరికీ నమస్కారాలు. आज देश में जो अभी मैंने टीवी पे देखा, 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव का बिगुल बजने जा रहा है. टीवी वाले बताते हैं कि अब से कुछ ही देर बाद दिल्ली में चुनाव की तारीखों का ऐलान हो जाएगा. लेकिन मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, तारीखों के औपचारिक ऐलान के पहले ही देश की जनता ने, देश ने नतीजों का ऐलान कर दिया है. देश ने घोषणा कर दी है, अब की बार नागर कुर्नूल का ये जन सैलाब, आपका ये स्नेह, ये बता रहा है कि तेलंगाना भी यही ऐलान कर रहा है, अब की बार. और साथियों, कल इसकी एक प्रचंड झलक मैंने मलकाजगिरी में भी देखी है. वहां जिस तरह लोग सड़कों पर उतरकर भाजपा का समर्थन कर रहे थे, हम सब भाजपा वालों को आशीर्वाद दे रहे थे, और अबाल वृद्ध सब, बच्चे हो, बूढ़े हो, महिलाएं हो, मैं सच बताता हूं, कल शाम का वो नजारा अद्भुत था. और साथियों, अभी जो तेलंगाना के विधानसभा चुनाव हुए, और उस समय भी मैं यहां आया था, और उस समय मैंने देखा था कि जनता के दिल में, जनता के दिमाग में बीआरएस के खिलाफ इतना भयंकर गुस्सा था, इतना गुस्सा था, और उसका नतीजा भी हमने देखा, बीआरएस का क्या हाल हुआ. और कल मैंने देखा, और आज यहां भी देख रहा हूं, तेलंगाना के लोगों ने मोदी को फिर से वापस लेने का फैसला सुना दिया है. तेलंगाना भी कह रहा है, तीसरी बार तीसरी बार
నా తెలంగాణ కుటుంబ సభ్యులందరికీ నమస్కారాలు అన్న తెలుగు సంబోధనతో మాననీయ ప్రధానమంత్రి ప్రారంభించారు. నేడు దేశంలో 2024 లోకసభ ఎన్నికల యొక్క రణశంఖం మోగబోతోందని టీవీ ఛానళ్లు ఇప్పుడే చెప్పాయి. ఇప్పుడు మరి కొంచెం సేపటి తరువాత ఎన్నికల తేదీలను కూడా ప్రకటించబోతున్నారని తెలియవచ్చింది. అయితే తేదీలను లాంఛనంగా ప్రకటించడానికి ముందే దేశ ప్రజలు ఫలితాలను ప్రకటించేశారు. ఆ ఫలితాలు ఏమిటంటే అబ్కీ బార్ 400 పార్, ఈసారి 400 దాటబోతున్నామన్నటువంటి ప్రకటనను ప్రజలిచ్చేశారు. నాగర్ కర్నూల్లో ఇక్కడ వచ్చినటువంటి ఈ జన సునామీని చూసి మీ స్నేహము నాకు తెలియజేస్తోంది. తెలంగాణ కూడా ఇదే ప్రకటన చేయబోతోంది. అబ్కీ బార్ 400 పార్. నా మిత్రులారా, దీనికి సంబంధించిన ఒక అద్భుత దృశ్యాన్ని నిన్న సాయంత్రం నేను మల్కాజ్గిరిలో చూశాను. అక్కడ ప్రజలు రోడ్ల మీదకు వచ్చారు, రహదారుల మీదకు వచ్చారు, కూడళ్ల మీదకు వచ్చారు. బీజేపీని ఆశీర్వదించేందుకు అద్భుతమైనటువంటి దృశ్యాన్ని చూపించారు. బాలలు, వృద్ధులు, పిల్లలు, తల్లులు అందరూ రోడ్ల మీదకు వచ్చారు. వాళ్ళందరూ కూడాను ఈ భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ పట్ల తమ మద్దతును ప్రకటించారు. ఇది నేను కళ్ళారా చూశాను. ఇక ఇటీవలే తెలంగాణ విధానసభ ఎన్నికలు జరిగినాయి. అందులో ఈ ప్రజల యొక్క గుండెల్లో, హృదయాల్లో, మనస్సుల్లో టీఆర్ఎస్ పట్ల, బీఆర్ఎస్ పట్ల ఉన్నటువంటి కోపాన్ని నేను చూడగలిగాను. నేను కూడా చూశాను. నిన్న కూడాను అదే చూడగలిగాను. నేను ఇక్కడ కూడా అదే చూస్తున్నాను. తెలంగాణలో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రజలు నిర్ణయించుకున్నారు, మోదీని మరొక్కసారి విజయం దిశగా తీసుకుని వెళ్ళాలని చెప్పి నిర్ణయం తీసుకున్నారు. తెలంగాణ కూడా చెబుతోంది तीसरी बार मोदी सरकार అని చెప్తోంది.
आप इतना बढ़िया ट्रांसलेशन करते हैं, अगर 10 दिन आप मेरे साथ रहे तो मुझे तेलुगु आ जाएगा. बताइए.
ఈ అనువాదము చాలా బాగుంది. వారితో పాటు 10 రోజులు ఉండే సౌభాగ్యం నాకు లభిస్తే వారికి తెలుగు వస్తుంది, నా జీవితం ధన్యమవుతుంది.
साथियों, तेलंगाना को हमारे देश में गेटवे ऑफ साउथ कहा जाता है. पिछले 10 वर्षों में तेलंगाना का विकास ये एनडीए की, मोदी की प्राथमिकता रहा है. लेकिन इन 10 वर्षों में हमने ये भी देखा कि कैसे तेलंगाना चक्की के 2 पार्टों में पीसता रहा है. एक पार्ट कांग्रेस का और दूसरा पार्ट बीआरएस का. कांग्रेस और बीआरएस ने मिलकर तेलंगाना के विकास के हर सपने को चकनाचूर कर दिया है. और अब तो मुश्किल ये है कि यहां कांग्रेस के पंजे का कब्जा हो गया है. पहले बीआरएस की महालूट और अब कांग्रेस की बुरी नजर, ये वैसे ही हालत है जैसे कि कुएं से निकले खाई में गिरे। कांग्रेस के लिए तो पूरा राज्य तबाह करने के लिए 5 साल भी बहुत है। जब यहां ज्यादा संख्या में बीजेपी सांसद चुन करके आएंगे तो कांग्रेस को भी अपनी मनमानी करने में बहुत मुश्किल होगा। और इसलिए इस बार तेलंगाना में सभी लोकसभा की सीट भाजपा का कमल खिलना चाहिए।
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
A high-level committee headed by former President Ramnath Kovind has recommended simultaneous elections for the Lok Sabha and state assemblies as a first step, followed by synchronized local body polls within 100 days' time. But the question is, what is meant by simultaneous elections in the country? Well, we will answer this and some other questions you may have regarding one nation, one election in the country. Beginning with what is meant by simultaneous elections. Well, simultaneous elections, popularly known as one nation, one election, means holding elections to the House of the People, all the state legislative assemblies and local bodies, example, municipalities and panchayats together. Were simultaneous elections held in India earlier is another question. Well, back in 1957, conscious efforts were made by the central government, the state governments and political parties on persuasion of Election Commission of India to prematurely dissolve state legislative assemblies in 7 states of Bihar, Bombay, Madras, Mysuru, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal as well, so that simultaneous elections could be held. Simultaneous elections were by and large in vogue till the 4th general elections of 1967. But with the disruption of the cycle of simultaneous elections, thereafter the country now faces 5 to 6 elections in a year. If municipalities and panchayat elections are also included, the number of elections will increase manifold. Well, what is the need for simultaneous elections? Frequent elections burden the government exchequer with additional expenditure. Asynchronous elections cause uncertainty and instability that in turn thwarts supply chains, business investments and economic growth as a whole. Another reason is that staggered elections induce voters' fatigue and present a significant challenge in ensuring their participation as well. Now let's look at the advantages of holding simultaneous elections in the country. Well, simultaneous polls will ensure ease and convenience to voters, avoid voters' fatigue and facilitate greater voter turnout. Conducting elections to all 3 tiers of the government together would even avoid disruption of supply chains and production cycles due to migrant workers seeking leave of absence to cast their vote. Simultaneous elections would also reduce financial burden on the government exchequer by avoiding duplication of expenditure on intermittent elections. Holding of elections once every 5 years would result in mitigation of social disharmony and conflict, which is often observed during elections.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. So tomorrow the Election Commission will announce the dates for the general election of 2024, and that announcement will be in a press conference at 3 o'clock. So by roughly 4 o'clock, 4:30, we'll know the dates when your part of the country will go through general elections, when you will be voting in the next election. And as you all know, this is part of a process. Last time also, the election dates were announced around the 10th of March 2019, and the new government was sworn in by the end of May in 2019. This time it's about 5 days later, very much on time. The new Lok Sabha has to be constituted. As per the rules, the term of the present Lok Sabha ends on the 16th of June, and therefore a new house has to be constituted before that. So everything is on track. Ladies and gentlemen, what is not on track is the preparation of the opposition. This is a very one-sided election, whichever way you want to look at it. And it's not a question of giving it a spin. The fact is that the opposition this time seems totally lost and totally underprepared. It is clutching for straws. It is having its Chaukidar Chor Hai moment. It is looking for support from certain sections of the media, certain people who call themselves
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Dialogue is home to me now. It's my friend and it's my enemy. In the end, it keeps me alive. Only watch very carefully because it's a hideous disease. It's horrible because it's so contagious and it's the extent of damage to a human being is totally unpredictable. Mine was extensive. One of the worst cases ever recorded, and I'm still here. But I watched thousands of kids in my ward, in my time, at Parkland, die of it that had considerably less problem. You never know. So, the machine, I can tell you that it is another way of life. It's a different kind of life and that you're totally restricted. Many people would go crazy in it. And I watched them do it in the hospital. But you adapt and you learn to do what you need to do.
Four, three, two, one, zero. We have 4 in the series. At least 2 more we must do in 2024. So that is our target. So by that we will have the 3 abort missions demonstration. Then we must do at least 1 unmanned mission. Our target is to do 2 unmanned missions beginning of this year as well as end of this year.
आपका तो नाम सोमनाथ और सोमनाथ नाम चंद्र से जुड़ा हुआ है। मेरी तरफ से आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई।
We completed the rehearsal for the launch. So tomorrow we have to start the countdown for day after tomorrow launch.
Aditya L1 mission accomplished, handing over to mission director.
And we have a confirmation of Aditya L1 separation. The mission has been accomplished.
In 2024 is going to be a year for Gaganyaan readiness. Of course, Gaganyaan manned mission we have targeted for 2025. So we have to focus on what you want to achieve in Gaganyaan for 2024.
ISRO has lifted Bharat and taken us among the stars. It has realized our dreams, aspirations and ambitions as a people. ISRO has infused our dreams with the courage and might of perseverance. And ISRO has shown the world that Bharat, that once carried a rocket on a cycle, that once had caricatures mocking our space ambitions, has touched down on the moon, where no one else has gone. It has shown the world that Bharat soars with the sun like none other. Ladies and gentlemen, the ISRO Chief, Mr. Sridhara Panikkar Somanath. Please welcome him on stage, our interstellar pathfinder, the revered S. Somanath. May I invite both Mr. Somanath and the senior editor, Republic TV, Shavan Sen, for a brief interaction.
Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to India's space program, one would say that in post-colonial India, it's the most powerful example of India's modernity, statehood, as well as national prestige. And as far as Bharat next decade is concerned, this is the very domain, I would say, that has achieved extraordinary story of resilience, hope, and triumph over adversity. Mr. Somnath, thank you very much for joining us and taking out the time. Let me straight away begin by asking you, Bharat next decade. I think so this question suits the most to ISRO because the lineup that you have is extremely exciting for every Indian today. What is it that we are really looking at?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Without talking too much about the initial comments, then I would like to straight to tell you, if you look at the India in the next decade, I see it as a tech-savvy nation. Its future determined by the application of technology in different domains of our life. And then making an impact in the society, especially with the technology in the domains of digital engagement, space, agriculture, then the critical technologies that decides our future, which includes the artificial intelligence, the genomics, the material sciences, the electronics revolution, and all of this put together. So if I look at the application of space sector in all of them, I think the space sector has been one torchbearer in showcasing an example to this country that it is possible for India to make his own path, her own path in the domain of space technology, to do it in different manner than that others did. I think all of you know the history of our space air domain has been different from other nations. Where the many other powerful nations started the space program by developing the arsenal in their stock and slowly moving to the launch vehicles, the satellites, and the applications. And we went in a different direction, bringing about applications first and then creating the capability for launching and deploying them later. And similar example has been seen in the missions like Chandrayaan 3. We were able to engineer a mission with very, very low budget, I must say, not really an approach which is very, very innovative, using a launch vehicle capability which is just available there for you to do the mission, and then the mission strategy and planning to reach you up to the moon and land it very, very carefully, where others have difficulties during this time frame. So it showcased the capability within India to do such missions. So what I foresee in the next decade is that we should be able to develop an ecosystem of technology implementation for the life of every Indian citizen in a manner that other country has not yet done.
Mr. Somnath, there are few images that every Indian, perhaps in this room, will never forget. Images of rockets being brought on a bicycle. Then you have had bullock carts that were used to move around. And of course, every Indian was aggrieved when there was this cartoon that was put out by the Western media, that elite club. I would say, and every Indian in this room would say, that today ISRO has smashed the door of that elite club. And if it is possible, it's because of you and your team. So I want to ask you today, take the opportunity of asking, what is it that you would tell those who try to demean Indians, and how has the journey been? The journey, I would say, is fantastic, but we want to hear it from you. What's been the journey for you and your team?
See, for people like us in the space domain, the technology domain, I think those narratives were entirely different. I think those cartoons that you are referring to are in another sector of the society, section of the society. We don't understand each other, I must tell you. We people in the space, we have been talking to all the power players in this domain, the Russians, the Americans, the Europeans. And possibly you may know that Sarabhai, when he started the whole space program in 60s, we were nowhere. We were just launching small rockets. But he was able to influence the Russians, the Americans, and the French and bring the rockets during the ages of the Cold War to India and then make a launch from here. The rockets came from the US, the computer came from Russia, the infrastructure for that came from France, and we were able to integrate all of that and then make a launch. So that's the power of that he displayed at that point in time. And we continue to do the same. Even today, they respect us very well. And though those ridiculing that is happening in some other sector of the society, I think let us not worry too much about it. Those who understand the domain respect each other. And there is great amount of respect even during the times of Chandrayaan 3 from NASA, from the Europeans, from the Russians. And they have been calling and telling us, and they have been sending us congratulatory letters for the accomplishment that we have. So we always had a very high level of recognition and respect from all those who have new space technology.
Talking about some of these specific projects, missions that are coming in, I think so every Indian would be very excited when the Prime Minister actually spoke about, announced the names of the 4 astronauts, and everyone wanted to know who they are, the journey it has been, because a lot of people do not know that during this entire mission, the kind of hurdles that ISRO had to face, COVID pandemic being one, Russia-Ukraine war being the other. What is it that we are really looking at, Mr. Somnath, in terms of the Gaganyaan mission? Because everyone would want to know about it.
I must tell you that the Gaganyaan program is something quite different from a typical rocket launching and putting a satellite in orbit. So we are dealing with human beings now. And the complex nature of dealing with human beings in a mission like a space mission is still being understood by us, I must admit. Though that we are very, very encouraged to work on human space program, but we started. We are hoping that we will be in a position to acquire certain amount of technology from people from other nations who have this technology. But then it was not forthcoming in the way we expected, I must admit at this moment. And we thought that we will be in a position to get elements like the environmental and life support system, which handles the oxygen supply, the water supply, the temperature control, and many other parameters that you control for the comfort of the astronaut inside. And the whole technology is not forthcoming. And we were asked now to develop our own environmental life support system. And there are many elements like this. The spacesuit, the crew escape system, the computer system which will find out whether there is an anomaly going to happen in the rocket and then take an action for aborting them. Training, simulators, the medical capability that we have to understand the physical, the physiological and the psychological aspect of an astronaut and select them and manage them. I think all these skill sets we were not having, I must admit. And we thought that we can always go there and get help from many, many people. And of course, they are helping. But many of those help will come at a cost and at a time they decide. I think that doesn't go with us, our schedule. So our original schedule of meeting the goal of having the human space mission is affected definitely by the availability of this knowledge. So we decided that anyway, the time is lost because of the COVID. Of course, COVID created a little bit of disruption in terms of manufacturing, getting many of the materials. We have to buy quite a bit of complex electronics parts and many other materials from the foreign sources, and they were not forthcoming. And some of them we had to do it our own way of doing things. So now we have reset the timeline for the first launch of the crewed mission to 2025 end. And this year we are trying to complete all the development activities of all those systems which I just mentioned. Then conduct unmanned or uncrewed missions, at least 2 of them, or maybe 1 more. Then also demonstrate the abort scenarios, which one of them which we have just done. Then also do hundreds of similar tests in this year and early next year to give the confidence to have the crewed mission by the end of 2025. So I must tell you at this moment that it's a really challenging enterprise. First of all, we have no experience of sending human beings to space till now. And we are talking to those people who are in this domain, like our Rakesh Sharma, who had the fortune to travel in one of the mission. And he is one who gives us a lot of information from his perspective of understanding. But there is different layers of understanding. I must tell you that an astronaut layer of understanding, a technocrat's level of understanding, a certification or authorizing the whole system for launch, and that level of understanding, it's all differ. So we are collecting the best brains in this country, including Air Force and various institutions, to come together and help us to build this capability. And there are many countries helping us. Of course, I must tell you that France is helping us in a big manner, especially with the medical aspect of human spaceflight. The doctors who are dealing with astronauts in France came to India. They helped us in training and in creating the basis guidelines. And we are having now engagement with NASA. And they are going to take one of our astronauts in their flight in ISS, which will definitely give us some exposure to the way they handle astronauts and then prepare them before the launch. And all these are very important. So if everything goes very well, I am very sure by 2025 end, we will be able to make the launch. Of course, and we will not make the launch on 2025 if anything goes wrong in the travel towards that point. Like encountering failures, encountering serious design deficiencies. We will have to reset the timeline, of course, because life is very, very important and we don't want to take the risk of causing any injury to any of our astronauts.
So we are looking at a manned mission by 2025, ladies and gentlemen. I think so that's the big news now coming in. And I think so at the hands of Mr. Somnath, I would say, there was a point in time when the International Space Station, to get a part of it, or to be a part of the International Space Station, India was jostling for it. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister has already announced that we are looking forward to our own International Space Station. Nothing can be more bigger than this. So why not a little bit about the space station that India is looking forward to, and the Atmanirbhar concept to it. I think so, nothing more. No other sector has achieved as much as the Prime Minister would say, Atmanirbharta, as much as it's happening in ISRO.
See, I must tell you that after the Chandrayaan 3 successful landing, our Honorable Prime Minister took a review of our program and he was very, very happy with the type of accomplishment that we have in terms of mastering the technology required for soft landing on the moon. And his confidence on us has been so high that he said, so let's have a plan for next 25 years on what you really want to do in the space sector. We have been continuing to build our communication satellites, remote sensing satellite and various applications, delivery. I think this will continue. That's a regular type of work which is required to be done. But there must be a very, very inspiring, with and type of program that is more visionary in nature. So this is the first time in the history of ISRO, a 25-year-long roadmap has been developed by the advice of our Honorable Prime Minister. And it has three, four key elements. First thing is, the human spaceflight program, which we call Gaganyaan, is going to continue. It's not going to be a one-time event. There is no point in sending an Indian to space and show that, yeah, we have achieved something majestic. But it must really deliver something back. No, we see that access to space by human beings are so crucial for various technology elements. For example, we look at material science, we look at drug discovery, you look at additive manufacturing in humans or organs, or if you want to look at biogenomics domain, microgravity experiments become very, very important. And this requires human beings to be present to organize experiments and do measurements and bring back those samples, in a healthy condition for us to analyze in the ground and then give some outcome. So there is hundreds of such experiments taking place in the International Space Station today from various countries. Unfortunately, in India, this domain is still to catch up, and I believe it will really happen. So the goal of the Bharati Antarikshya Station is to connect the human spaceflight program and the demand for new technologies that will come out of the microgravity experiments. And once you have a space station like that, this should be possible for us to send Indian scientists up there and conduct experiments to serve those sectors of the industry. So we believe it's not just going to show that we have an international station like others, but to deliver an economic benefit out of it. The second element is to continue the scientific exploration that we have been doing so far. That's the Chandrayaan series, we did the Mangalyaan, we did the AstroSat. So these are low-cost scientific experiments we have been able to do and really bring out substantial scientific outcome. So we are now thinking about a series of missions to Moon, because Moon is a new area where it's emerging in every sector, and the new Moon economy is now taking shape all around. And we don't want to be left behind. So this is the second domain of it. The third is the human access to Moon and make an Indian land on the Moon. And it is an iconic element of the whole of this vision. Why we say it's not just landing a person on the Moon. Taking him up to there requires so many technologies need to be developed. For example, our launcher capacity must substantially increase. Today we have only 4 tons to GTO capability. It's not enough. We need to have something like 30, 40 tons of mass lifting to a low Earth orbit capability if you really want to send a human being to Moon. And once you do that, and once you create that capability, your space station building will automatically happen. Let's understand the connection between these two. So the human access to Moon, the higher payload capability, building space station, scientific discovery in and exploring other planets like Moon, Mars, Venus, etc. They are all connected in a manner which will improve the technical capability of space sector, which will improve the economic benefit out of it. It will also give opportunity for industries to work in this sector and to have an economic activity in and around the space sector. So this is all connected in a manner that the overall space sector, which is now opened up after the 2020 announcement of the opening of the space sector, will really bring in a lot of activity in this sector.
Since you talk about opening up the space sector also, and the kind of presence that we currently have, there was an argument, Mr. Somnath, that if we are opening it up, FDI, in the space sector, then you're essentially looking at more control from the foreign players. Is that a cause of concern, or would you say that this is pure fear-mongering that was essentially done?
This comes out of the non-understanding of the economics of space activity. Today the overall space economy is sized approximately $500 billion US. Out of that, almost 70% of the business or the financial activity that is taking place is around the applications, or is around the hardware that are required for the ground operations, connectivity, network, and various other things. Around 15% is for building satellites, and rest is for only rockets and launch vehicles. So the overall economy is driven by application rather than the high-end sort, where the investment is very high, the return of investment is low. The rocket building and launching is not a very profitable business if you are not very good at like SpaceX. The satellite building and launching is the next profitable opportunity, but the bigger profitable venture is in terms of applications. For example, image processing and using communication services, navigation and timing services, weather-related services, etc. So if you really look at these sectors, these 3 sectors, the launching sector, the satellite sector, the application sector. So in the FDI, what we have done is the application sector is now 100% automatic. That means whoever wish to invest in the application sector are welcome to India and then create their capability. So what really means is that in India and in around India, there is so much of markets available to create the possibilities of applications and then generate the activities around it. So when you create an economic activity around the applications, naturally the demand for satellites will increase. And now in the satellite sector, we are not allowing FDI to come automatically up to 100%. So that is regulated. It's only up to 74%. So now the activities on satellites increases. then naturally the demand for launches will increase. And the launcher side, the FDI is limited to only 49%. So the foreign players cannot directly come in and then build rockets here. It's possible only by government route only, where we do the due diligence on who is coming and who are going to be the players. So we have demarcated the sectors very clearly, the launcher sector, the satellite sector, and application sector, and the FDI bounds have been put appropriately so that our interests as a nation are not compromised.
I also want to take the opportunity of asking you about Chandrayaan 3, because Chandrayaan 1 threw up the possibility of ice molecules. What is it that the world does not know about the findings of Chandrayaan 3? Mr. Somnath, we do have a habit of getting some breaking news. I'm hoping that you would be able to share with us what the world does not know about the findings of Chandrayaan 3.
See, on the Chandrayaan 3, our target was to land on the southern side of the moon, very closer to the pole. And everybody is interested in the south pole of the moon. I think all of you know why it is so. Because that area is not well sunlit. And there is 14 days of day and 15 days of night there. So because of that, the structure of the moon is well preserved there, unlike the equator domain where there is better sunlight, and then the possibility of measuring and finding water, minerals, and many other things are much better off in the southern pole than in the equator. So when we went there and did the measurements using the 5 of our instruments, there were many interesting findings. I think the most surprising things are to be kept as a surprise because it's to be done. It is to be done by the scientists, not by me. Because there is a set of moon scientists working on this data, and they have some observations, of course, I must tell you, but they have to corroborate with the other findings. There are experiments which are done on the ground and the measurements coming from there. For example, one of the important finding was that there will be huge amount of dust there. But when we went there, we found there is no dust like what we expected to happen in the equator. And you would have seen the rover moving around, and then the clumps of materials were coming out, not in the form of dust. Then there must be a surprising question why there is no dust there and why dust was seen in the Apollo landing. I think you all know that we have seen those videos of other landings. There was enough dust, but there is no dust there. The presence of water, which is much more abundant than the equator, or something else that is happening there. We also found that the atmosphere of the moon at that time, though you know that there is no atmosphere there, but there is an electron and a charged particle atmosphere. It's much different from that we expected. So there are surprising things, but for time being, let me not disclose, because it has to come in a peer-reviewed journal, and normally in scientific domain, it's not just announced like a chairman coming and telling you there is something surprising here. So we go through a process of peer review, and people in that domain should certify that what you are speaking is true. And once that is done, we will definitely announce.
I'll do grave injustice if I let you go without telling the audience a few things that we generally never know about you. One, the hardship, ladies and gentlemen, that they've all gone through, not just you, I'm sure a lot of people in your team have gone through, but perhaps your story highlights that. There was a point in time, ladies and gentlemen, when Mr. Somnath was hitching a ride all the way to go to Sriharikota, taking the same train, I'm told, and also the fact that living in one tiny lodge room during his engineering days so that he would be able to cut cost and be able to complete his studies, gave up his dream of being part of the IIT. So these are some stories, and he's a great cartoonist and also a singer. I want to ask you this final question. Young minds, and that is what fuels billions of dreams of India, of Bharat. What is it that you would tell the young minds here and to the nation?
My finding about meeting young people all around this country, I have been going to schools, especially the schools from villages, wherever I am getting some time to interact. I find very, very active minds. They are not only in those Tier 1 cities or Tier 2 cities, they are everywhere in this country. The only thing that they don't get opportunity to find out what is there in this world. What are the possibilities that each one can dream about? If you can give an element of dream, a possibility of dream in their minds, I think they will work through and then find out their way. The task that we have is today for those people who have had a fortune to expose themselves to the new world emerging in front of them, is to share that with those people who are not having an access to that. Of course, the communication revolution has made the change that now many people are able to see that much better than those in our times. But still, I find the dreaming possibilities are limited by the exposure that young people are not having in those villages and those localities where that type of access is very limited. I want to tell you that when I was a student, I have not seen anybody, a higher official in my life, in the whole of the school life, other than a school teacher. I have not seen an engineer in my life when I was a student. I saw an engineer much later when I went to a city. So that should not happen to the new generation. They must see the emerging India. And you must find way to communicate with them and show them there is so much a possibility for any young fellow in this world, girl or boy, to aspire for. If they are good at it, if you are good at studies, good at entrepreneurship, there must be a possibility for him to grow in life. I think this is something that we must show. And I'm very happy the Chandrayaan 3 has shown this example to the Indians. I think if I go to a village, I think they know about it, quite a bit of them. And they are inspired by our work. And they think that it is possible for Indians to do that. And I tell them, hey, look at this Chandrayaan 3. It's done by Indians. It's not a borrowed technology. We have done it all by ourselves in India. And this gives them a great confidence. And I have a photo of a small girl which I met just last week in a school. She was clinging to me and she is telling me, I want to be the first woman who will go to moon when you will land on the moon on 2040. And somehow you make it possible for me. You know, she is telling me that. And this is a great thing to happen. And if you can inspire people, I think their life will change. And my life changed because I got inspired by people like that. So let us give it back to them.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Every time that I speak to Mr. Somnath, he always says, the credit does not go to me individually, it goes to the entire team ISRO. So through you, sir, on behalf of everyone and on behalf of Republic Media Network, I would say salute to every scientist of ISRO for doing what you have done and for making Bharat extremely proud.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. And I think the ISRO is now being looked upon as a torchbearer of the technology prowess that India is having. I think the work that is well laid out for the next 25 years is really challenging for us. And I wish all the very best for the team ISRO. And your blessings are very much needed for the task that is laid in front of us. And we are not going to rest until we achieve some bigger milestone that we achieved till now.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for galvanizing the spirit of every Indian and making us believe more than ever before that Bharat will lead discoveries on space science and exploration. Congratulations to our interstellar pathfinder, Mr. Somnath. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
You've heard that song? Who Let the Dogs Out? Then we'll all be singing Who Let the Jihadis Out. Regarding China, it says that there is a very real chance of escalation on the line of actual control with China. 500,000 men and women facing each other, both nuclear powers, because Chinese want to grab territory, because that is all what the Chinese do, and this is stopping the Chinese. I have been saying on record on this very platform that war between India and China will happen. The sooner it happens, the better. At least we'll sort out whatever we have to sort out. Pakistan is supporting terror inside India. The Pakistanis are not happy with this report. They are saying that how can you say we support terror inside India? Just want to tell the Pakistanis that 4 times you have been to the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is very willing to use the military option in settling disputes with Pakistan. So they are obviously referring to the surgical strikes, which is to say that there could be a war between India and Pakistan. I hope not, for Pakistan's sake, that the existence of Pakistan is detrimental to India's national security. Do you think the Pakistanis have suddenly discovered Aman Ki Asha? They have suddenly discovered peace? No, not at all. So for anything you need to have intent and capability. Pakistan has the intent. Today it lacks the capability. What about the Akshardham temple attacks? What about the parliament attacks? You know, what about the 1993 bomb blast in Mumbai? What about 26/11? Jan friends, I am Major Gauravari and you are watching the latest news of the day. A very recent US intelligence report. Actually, it was talked about in the month of February, but yesterday the Americans actually released the report, some parts of it, and cause of much concern. whether in Pakistan or in China, and that report says stuff very, very directly. Regarding China, it says that there is a very real chance of escalation on the line of actual control with China. This is what the report says, and I'll read out certain excerpts of the report to you. And this report here is categorical in saying that we warn of miscalculations on the India-China border. And what are these miscalculations? These miscalculations are, ladies and gentlemen, 500,000 men and women facing each other, both nuclear powers. The Indian army is standing there firm and resolute to deter the Chinese, because Chinese want to grab territory, because that is all what the Chinese do, and this is stopping the Chinese. And a small miscalculation could misfire and grow into something extremely big. Now, there are two kinds of escalations that happen. Because they've spoken of a miscalculation, let me explain. So there is a vertical escalation and there is a horizontal escalation. And generally, ladies and gentlemen, generally speaking, we refer to vertical escalation as in using larger caliber weapons, more dangerous weapons, more destructive weapons. That is called vertical escalation. And when we talk about horizontal escalation, we are obviously talking about a spread of the war to areas. Like, for example, the Ukraine-Russia war is largely contained. Other countries have not entered the war, right, except for indirectly. But if you look at the Israel-Hamas war, then there has been massive horizontal escalation. If not vertical, there has been massive horizontal escalation in the war. There has been slight vertical escalation also, but mostly horizontal, which is why the world is very worried about what is going on in the Middle East, or West Asia, as we Indians like to call it. So that is one piece of the US intelligence report, and they say that a miscalculation could result in a war. They are saying could. I have been saying on record on this very platform that war between India and China will happen. Whether it happens 6 months from now, 6 years from now, or 16 years from now, I do not know. Nobody can predict. But there will be a war between India and China, and I have said it repeatedly. This report came out yesterday. I have been saying it for the past few months. There will be a war between India and China. Nothing can stop it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And the sooner it happens, the better. At least we'll sort out whatever we have to sort out with the Chinese. Now, with the Pakistanis, this report mentions something very interesting. First of all, I'm going to again read it out because I have it here on my phone. It says, Pakistan's long history of supporting anti-India militant groups and India's increased willingness under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to respond with military force to perceived or real Pakistani provocations raise the risk of escalation during a crisis. There remains the potential for an event to trigger a rapid escalation. In essence, it's saying 2-3 things. Number one, this report is saying that Pakistan is supporting terror inside India. The Pakistanis are not happy with this report. They are saying that how can you say we support terror inside India? Just want to tell the Pakistanis that 4 times you have been to the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, for terror funding, right? So don't behave like you're innocent. The international community has put you in the dock and everybody thinks you're a terror state. Everybody, without exception. All right? Even the Chinese don't like you any longer. Now, the second thing that they're saying is that, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is very willing to use the military option in settling disputes with Pakistan. So they are obviously referring to the surge.
Despite the global turmoil, how is it that India is doing everything right?
What Honorable Prime Minister says, Atmanirbharta. I think Atmanirbharta is a core component of why we have done as well as we have done to the crisis. I'll give you a data point. I think COVID was a crisis everywhere, but we came out of COVID with probably 25% better productivity at our manufacturing level than we ever had. So I think Indian industry, Indian entrepreneurs, the Indian spirit learned to manage change. And I think we have we will not let it go.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Jai Hind friends, I am Major Gauravari and you are watching the latest news of the day. Very recently, the Prime Minister of India spoke to the Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak, and both had a talk, and both parties were extremely eager to take forward, the free trade agreement between UK and India. In this free trade agreement, what has happened is that, it was initiated somewhere around 2022, and since then, more than, I think, 12 or 13 meetings have taken place, and it's all coming out now in the open that, we want to partner, and this strategic partnership, a very important strategic partnership between the UK and India needs to be taken forward, and, we need to take it also in the economic sphere, and we will give each other certain privileges and, more goods, Indian goods going to UK and more UK goods going to India, etc., etc. So there will be a lot of privileges, a lot of, tax breaks, and it's a whole this thing, which will a whole system which will encourage Indian trade with the UK and UK trade with India. Some of the richest people in UK, especially like Mittal, who's the steel king of the United Kingdoms, he is there, and a lot of rich Indians reside there, billions of pounds worth of investment, etc. So that is one part, and there's a very dynamic Indian diaspora in the UK, and the UK recognizes the power of the Indian diaspora, right? If you leave aside Khalistanis, who are not Indians, by the way, I do not think we should count Khalistanis as Indians. They may have been born in India, but I think they are a blot to humanity, and we pretty much don't care about the Khalistanis. If you take them out, Indians have an extremely clean record, very low crime as far as the Indian NRIs are concerned. Most of them are highly qualified, and they are occupying top positions. They are responsible people. The jail population, the prison population of Indians in the UK is extremely low. The Pakistani population and the Khalistani population is extremely high. I mean, first the Pakistanis go to UK and then they go to prison. It's like hop. UK is, okay, you land in the UK and then you go to a British prison. I mean, that's how many Pakistanis end up spending time in UK, because grooming gangs, etc., etc. But India has got a spotless reputation, and which is why most of the countries, they want to invest in India. Very recently, 4 European countries, they promised, they have signed an understanding with India that they will invest more than $100 billion in India over a period of 15 years. This is a massive investment coming in one go over 15 years, $100 billion. And this is also an acknowledgement of India's growing economic stature and diplomatic stature. And looking at all this, the UK says that we also want some of it. So countries vying with each other, there's Saudi Arabia, there is UAE, there are so many countries, right, who are actually, saying that we want to invest in India, because above all, investment depends upon ROI, return on investment. And everybody is very sure that, this investment will make a lot of sense for them as investors, because they'll get a lot of returns. That is one news for the day. And the second news is that NSA, Ajit Doval met Benjamin Netanyahu, and they discussed a lot of stuff, especially regarding the bombing in Gaza, humanitarian aid, etc., and the overall security situation in West Asia. We call it West Asia, the world calls it the Middle East, it doesn't matter. In West Asia, the Middle East. Also very important what the Houthis are doing, and I believe some time back they hijacked, off the coast of Somalia. So the Houthis are in a separate area altogether, but this is Somalia, and when I talk about Somalia, proper Africa, and they hijacked a Bangladeshi ship. So all this area, right from the Red Sea to the Horn of Africa, down from there, this is a zone where if you don't get hit by a missile, you will get hijacked by the Somalians. So the Houthis are active, the Somalians are active, and this is something that the world is trying to fight against, and I'm sure they must have discussed a lot of stuff. They must have discussed the ceasefire. It will all come out, details will slowly come out, but NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval going to Israel and meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister, I think it's a very, very big deal. Thank you for watching this video, ladies and gentlemen. I'll catch you again tomorrow with another video. Till then, Jai Hind.
और मोदी है तो मुमकिन है कम से कम हमारा 10,000 रुपए बच जाएगा 100 रुपए में
with the Election Commission of India declaring that it will announce the Lok Sabha election polls today, the poll battlefield for the world's largest democratic exercise has been thrown open. While the BJP, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is confident of securing a third term in office, the INDI bloc, composed of major opposition parties, is hoping to wrest power from the Bharatiya Janata Party-led National Democratic Alliance. We have our reporters joining us. Prajwal from Bengaluru, Gursimran from Jammu, Anirudh from Guwahati, Rakshita from the EC office, and Harsha, of course, from the EC office. Rakshita, first, I would go across to you. Of course, a lot of excitement building up, poll dates to be announced, not just for the Lok Sabha polls, but also the assembly elections. Rakshita, over to you.
I think it's that question is for me. Yes, all right, yes, I can hear you now. For the upcoming, upcoming elections for the states will be held, and it of course includes Odisha, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Maharashtra, Haryana, and Jharkhand. They are scheduled to vote later this year. We have to see if all the dates for all the assembly elections for all the states is announced today or not, or maybe just for 4 or 5 of them. But yes, it's going to be a very important announcement today that we expect here. Remember, Election Commission is all set. They are gearing up. You can see around me the audio visuals are being played out. There are people from all across various spheres are here, and they are promoting election, voting. And remember, Election Commission has declared that there are almost 97 crore voters that have been registered for this year, and there has been an increase. There are 2 crore young voters that have been added this year, and there is an increase in women voters, which means that there has been a lot of efforts for gender disparity, and now moving towards gender equality as far as the rights for women to vote is concerned. And we've seen how the incumbent government has focused on on the women, on the Nari Shakti Vandan bill. If you see, there have been a strong pitch for women empowerment by the incumbent government, by the NDA government, and of course it looks for a record third term this time. And the BJP, of course, is a big time geared up. This time it is looking for a bigger mandate as the Prime Minister continues on 400 par pitch. And right now, all eyes will be here at this stage where the press conference will be held at 3 p.m. right now. And the clock is ticking. Preparations are underway. Everybody has gathered up here, and we expect that there will be announcement of the dates and the phases. Last time it was in 7 phases that the Lok Sabha elections were held. This time we expect that it might be 7 or 8. It could be 7 or 8 phases, because the number of voters added are now increasing. So that is, of course, something that we have to watch out for. Back to the studio.
Right, Rakshita, stay with us. Going across to you, Gursimran, I believe you're joined by a BJP leader. Now, this time BJP is targeting young voters, through social media platforms. And of course, BJP is quite strong after the abrogation of Article 370. Gursimran.
See, abrogation of Article 370 will be one of the key agendas with which the party will be going for the Lok Sabha polls, as well as the expected assembly polls that are expected to be announced. I'm joined by the BJP State President Ravinder Rana. Mr. Rana, will try to ask you that what will be the strategy of the party in the upcoming Lok Sabha polls, and also the probability of the assembly polls also lies.
Bharatiya Janata Party's main agenda and the main focus is on development. The entire nation has seen huge development in all sectors. The Modi government launched the beneficiary schemes for the poor, backward area peoples, for the deprived sections of the society. Here in Jammu and Kashmir, we have seen a drastic change, whether here the normalcy is concerned. There was a time when we were brutally tortured. There was a time of stone pelting, bomb, banduk, grenades, all chaos and mess. And today, peace, normalcy and prosperity in Jammu and Kashmir. Moreover, the Honorable Prime Minister of India has sanctioned mega projects worth crores and crores of rupees for the development in Jammu and Kashmir. We are witnessing the railway connectivity of Kashmir with the rest of country. AIMS hospitals, one in Jammu, another in Kashmir. Ring roads, flyovers, express highways, drinking water facilities, power supply. And most important thing, everyone, whether Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, everybody in Jammu and Kashmir is living a dignified life, and all credit goes to Prime Minister Modi Sahab, entire nation and each and every individual of Jammu and Kashmir is waiting for the Election Commission of India to announce the dates. People will vote for Modi Sahab, people will vote for BJP, and this time from Kashmir Valley too, we are hoping the people of Kashmir will present a gift to Prime Minister Modi.
So with the Prime Minister's development agenda, the BJP is hoping that it will perform in Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, back to you.
Right, Gursimran, stay with us. Going across to you, Anirudh. Now, what is the mood in Assam? We know, of course, that there are 14 there are 14 Lok Sabha seats, and we saw protests emerge after the CA rollout in Assam. So what is the mood of the voters out there, Anirudh?
Yes, the mood of the voters is very clear that the agenda of development is what the voters have been also pursuing. And as we talk about the CA protest, there was it was at a very minuscule level. There was no widespread protest as it was anticipated, or as what we had witnessed way back in 2019 when the Citizenship Amendment Act was passed by the both houses of the parliament. This time the things have been quite different in Assam. And yesterday, Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma has also made it very clear that this time the BJP wants to use the this political opportunity in order to take the message of development to the people. Keeping that aside, if we see at the dynamics of this Lok Sabha elections in the context of Assam, this is for the first time in Assam after a long wait of more than 3 decades that after delimitation of the constituencies, Assam will be voting. And in this regard, after the delimitation happened, there have been change in a lot of constituencies. The maps of a lot of constituencies have changed. The demographic pattern of the constituencies have changed. And this will put the BJP on the advantageous front compared to the other political parties in the state of Assam. Given the issues that the other political parties are picking up, if we talk about the Congress or for that matter the parties which are in INDI alliance, then we see that they have failed to hold the alliance tight and they have fallen apart. Though the Aam Aadmi Party have agreed to withdraw one candidate and have requested to reciprocate to the Congress Party is no way cowing down. They are not going to withdraw their candidate from Sonitpur, which was being requested by the...
Right, Anirudh. And now going across to Prajwal from Bengaluru. Prajwal, we know that the rebellious BJP leader Ishwarappa is going to fight as an independent candidate. What is, could you take us through the election mood, the voter mood in Karnataka?
That is not the only update as of now, Guinea, because we have also been speaking about the sort of developments which are happening in the camps of, the Congress as well as the JDS too. Because now if you're looking at the JDS, the topmost leaders of the JDS party in the state of Karnataka have already reached the national capital to go ahead and hold talks with the Home Minister Amit Shah as well. So as they're going on to hold talks with Amit Shah today, it will be a crucial talk which will be held at 5 o'clock because, yes, the seat sharing has already been decided, 25 seats for the BJP, 3 seats for the JDS. But this official announcement will have to come in from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah himself. And also now looking at these 3 Lok Sabha constituencies, we are looking at Hassan, Mandya as well as Kolar, which will be going to the JDS. At this point of time, the JDS has decided on a candidate for one of its constituencies, which is Hassan, where Prajwal Revanna, who is the grandson of the JDS Supremo HD Devegowda, will be contesting. But the candidates for Mandya as well as Kolar is still undecided as well, because there is a lot of pressure on HD Kumaraswamy to field his son Nikhil Kumaraswamy as the candidate from Mandya too. But this time around, HD Kumaraswamy had hinted earlier stating that he will not be fielding any family member but a local leader from Mandya. So this all important meet will happen at 5 this evening at the residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. Apart from that, we are also looking at yet another big gun from the BJP state. That is Dr. C.N. Manjunath, who is a new inductee into the BJP party, and he is the son-in-law of the JDS Supremo HD Devegowda, and he will also be meeting Amit Shah post this meeting after 5 p.m. because he is also the candidate from Bengaluru Rural, and he will be squaring off with the big gun from the Congress, Mr. D.K. Suresh, who is also the brother of Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar, and this is the only seat which the Congress won in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections too. So we will need to go ahead and look as to what exactly happens.
5 out of 28 seats in Karnataka, and the remaining 3 will be by the JDS, of course, Prajwal. Now, going across to you, Harsha. Now, if we talk specifically about Delhi, AAP is going to contest 4 out of 7 seats in Delhi, while the remaining 3 will be contested by the Congress party. While on the other hand, if we look at the BJP in 2019 and 2014, they won all 7 Lok Sabha seats.
So, Guinea, to tell you that rightly you stated in national capital in 2019, the BJP won all these 7 seats in 7 seats in Delhi. But this time BJP is eyeing 370 plus. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and HM Amit Shah at every platform they have stated that BJP is going to cross the mark of 370 and the NDA will cross the mark of 400 plus this time. However, the opposition leaders say that BJP is overconfident. But this time, what BJP is tracting the voters, the voter traction could be majorly because of the development schemes, and Prime Minister have been openly speaking about it. The number of aims, number of airports, and also the construction of the Ram Mandir and the inauguration, and how the entire country was overwhelmed and excited over it. That's going to be the major agendas during the whole campaign for BJP, and also with the notification and the rules for CAA, BJP is going to speak about it also in its campaign. But right now, what important is to look is that Guinea in 2019, the elections were conducted in 7 phases from April to May. It was a month-long exercise by the Election Commission. Lot of officials were involved, the men, material, and lot of money was also involved in the month-long exercise. But this time, everyone is questioning that whether Election Commission is going to trim down the polling phases. That means whether from 7 polling phases, it could be either 5 or 6 polling phases. Because from 2019 to 2024, the internal security of the country has much better, it's much improved, and that is the reason why government is also focusing that it should not be the month-long exercise. However, the exercise should be majorly about the cutting down of the money and also the resources which are heavily used in the polling station and polling booth. To tell you that the Manipur, West Bengal, Punjab, and these areas are going to be the Bastar of Chhattisgarh are going to be the major areas where the troops in huge number will be deployed, because looking at the by-election and also the local body election earlier in West Bengal, the deployment of the central agencies is what Election Commission is heavily going to speak today. So, Guinea, we have to wait and watch exactly what the press...
Right. Right, thank you, Harsha, Rakshita, Prajwal, Gursimran, and Anirudh for getting us those latest updates. Well, now it's time to slip into a very short break, but coming up after the break, veteran singer Anuradha Podwal joins BJP.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
Just a day after the central government has now issued notification to celebrate 17th September as Hyderabad Liberation Day every year, and also at the same time now we are seeing that a movie based on the Nizam's rule, the Razakar's rule, now a movie is being released on the name Razakar. We have the producer of the film, Gudur Narayan Reddy, with us. We'll talk to him and know exactly what the movie talks about. Sir, the Razakar movie is all set to release on the 15th of March. What exactly does the movie talk about? What message are you trying to put forth through this movie?
First of all, I salute our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for declaring 17th September as a Liberation Day of Hyderabad. Because it took 75 years for the pseudo-secular parties who have ruled our country to not even to consider it. And every time some political parties, for their electoral benefits, used to talk that 17th September should be the official Liberation Day, it should be celebrated officially. Today, the union government headed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and also the Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji has taken a great decision. My salutes to them. Secondly, the movie Razakar is going to talk or depict exactly what happened during those dreadful 396 days. Post 15th August 1947 till 17th September 1948, till Hyderabad was liberated from the draconian rulers of Telangana, present-day Telangana, yesteryear Hyderabad province, headed by Mir Usman Ali Pasha, the then 7th Nizam. He acted so dastardly on his own people that unbelievable things have happened. Not even Nazis have committed such heinous crimes. Nizam has committed. And nobody had the guts to produce this because everyone, because a threat comes and they get scared and all that. I'm not scared. I am son of the soil. I would like to bring out the real story which happened and which was kept under the wraps all these years, 7.5 decades it took. God, Sri Lord Balaji has enlightened me. When I went to have darshan, as I landed in Renugunta airport, I got a feeling that Razakar in my mind. I thought Balaji, Lord Bhagavan Balaji is, basically indirectly or directly is giving me a signal that I should take up this subject, which I took up, and it has come out very well. It's going to open the minds and also enlighten the present-day generation, younger generation of our country. They need to know. Because all this while, whenever we see any books, we see great things about some, Shah Jahan, Akbar and all that. But we never see a bad thing done by a same community guy, Nizam the 7th. He has done such heinous crimes, committed such heinous crimes that 60,000 rapes of women of his own province and 2 lakh murders of the people of his own province, and there were innumerable number of lootings done by the Razakars. I would like to, I had a direction from Lord Balaji to produce this movie, and I have produced. It has nothing to do with any political sides or any inclinations or any sidings. I was always a good citizen of this country without any criminal record, and my sincerity should not be doubted.
But sir, also at the same time, on one side we had seen that there were a lot of cases which were put to put a hold on this movie release. But now that the timing also of this movie is being questioned, because on one side we see that the central government has already issued notification to celebrate Hyderabad Liberation Day every year, and notification has been issued. But also on the other hand, we are seeing that very soon the dates for the parliament elections will also be announced. So timing of this release of the movie is being questioned. How do you look at it?
See, some civil liberties organizations have filed a case which was dismissed by the Honorable Telangana High Court yesterday. All this while they were objecting by filing petitions with CBFC, Central Board of Film Certification, and all these people, and they could do all kinds of things for scuttling the production and completion of this movie. And today we are in such a situation by the nature, the Almighty, and even Panchabhutas are helping us in bringing out the reality, the true events that took place, true dreadful events which took place during the Razakar's regime that is headed by Mir Usman Ali Pasha. And you are saying that, why at this time, during the elections? As I already said that, the movie was supposed to have been released during September, October. There were objections then. If I continuously get objections on one reason or the other, I cannot stop it, because it has to be shown, and I cannot have it. It's a huge financial, budgeted movie without big faces as such, big heroes, more bigger glamorous people, but hardworking characters and hardworking actors and actresses have acted in this movie who exactly lived in their characters. They have entered into that and lived as that character. For example, whether it is Nizam or Nizam's right-hand man Qasim Rizvi, or another gentleman called Rajareddy who fought against in Bairanpalli, or Nizam's wife, or Shanta was so many, or even Tej Sapru acting as Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Makaran Deshpande, Raj Arjun as...
As we navigate the complexities of the next decade, it becomes increasingly evident that the landscape of healthcare is undergoing profound transformation, with advancements in technology, shifts in demographics, and changing societal expectations. The way we approach healthcare delivery continues to evolve. So it's time now to hear from the people's doctor, the revered Dr. Devi Shetty, who joins us to deliver his vision statement on how he sees the future of healthcare pan out in India. Dr. Shetty has led the movement to address the immediate challenges and has also anticipated and adapted to future trends, ensuring that our healthcare systems on the ground are robust, accessible, and equitable for all. Dr. Shetty presents his futuristic vision on putting care into healthcare, a journey through which Bharat seizes the opportunity to reimagine healthcare, leveraging innovation and collaboration to create a healthier, more resilient future for generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shetty.
Thank you.
In 10 years, 4.5 lakh farmers had varieties of surgeries, and 60,000 farmers had a heart operation, all because of the power of 5 rupees per month.
All this digital transformation of healthcare, which will dramatically reduce the mortality morbidity in a hospital, will happen in India.
I just want people around me to be as happy as I am. So the whole effort is to spread the happiness around.
Thank you so much. I'm extremely grateful to Arnab and the Republic TV for giving me the opportunity. I have certain predictions about the future of my country. I believe India will become the first country in the world to dissociate healthcare from affluence, from wealth. And I believe, I'm sure, now you must be thinking, oh, we heard this before. It's going to take 50 years or 70 years to happen. It is going to take less than 5 to 7 years. I am optimistic because of the changes what is happening in our country. My suggestion or prediction what will happen is that the policymakers will change their thinking that the healthcare has to be given to people free of cost with the taxpayers' money. This has been the thinking across the world of all the developing countries. But we studied the countries which have successfully offered healthcare for free to the citizens with the taxpayers' money. There are three things common with these countries. First thing, all these countries are very small countries with a population of 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. There is no single country, large country in the world, even as big as United States and as rich as United States, is able to offer tax-free healthcare to the citizens free of cost with the taxpayers' money. So that is the first difference. Second difference, every country which is offering free healthcare has a very high tax to GDP ratio of 25% to 45%. Our country has a tax to GDP ratio of 11%, 11.5%. It's simply not possible. And the third reason why India can't dream of free healthcare is because these countries are already spending more than 10% of the GDP on healthcare. And we are hardly spending 1.5% of the GDP. We need to look at some other option. And the other option is universal health insurance to everyone at a price what people can afford. Now, you must be thinking, if health insurance is the way forward, why this transformation has not happened? This hasn't happened because of the trust deficit. People do not trust health insurance for three reasons. First, in the delivery of healthcare in India, there are three important stakeholders. First is the hospital, second stakeholder is the health insurance company, and the third important stakeholder is the patient. Hospitals do not trust the health insurance company. Health insurance company doesn't trust the hospitals. And the patient doesn't trust both parties. And these two parties don't trust the patient. So we have a situation wherein the three important stakeholders of delivering healthcare do not trust each other. And that business cannot be scaled up. But it is going to change when the hospital become health insurance provider. Today, about 16 to 18% of the heart surgeries in the country is performed by us. More people develop heart attack, it is better for my business. I have absolutely no incentive to prevent people from developing heart attack. But situation will change when I become a health insurance company. Today, when I tell a patient that you need a bypass grafting, first thing what goes to the patient's mind is it really required or he wants to make some money out of me? Whereas when I become a health insurance company and tell the patient you need a bypass, he will happily agree because I'm going to pay for it. Now, is the hospital going to become a health insurance company? Yes. Thanks to IRDA, which is the Insurance Regulatory Authority, it took us just 4 months to get the permission from IRDA, which would normally take more than 2 years to become a health insurance company. And all this transformation has empowered hospitals like us to become a health insurance company at a pace what is unbelievable. And this is new India, and this is what is happening, where future is going to be dramatically different than what it is today. Now, how will the health insurance help? India has about 300 million households. If people trust the health insurance, top 100 million families can afford to pay whatever the premium is. Next 100 million families work for the first 100 million family directly or indirectly. If they can nudge the second 100 million families to buy the health insurance, because I would like my driver, my cook, or the gardener, everyone to buy the health insurance, because if they don't have the insurance, when they fall sick, I have to pay for it. I can't just ignore it. So by nudging, 200 million families will get insured. When 200 million families get insured, we will become the world's largest health insurance market. We will become the world's largest healthcare market when the cost of everything in healthcare will come down dramatically. Now, how will the insurance help? Health insurance will help every aspect of healthcare. Surgery is the most unwanted stepchild of modern healthcare. Every government is talking about, developing countries' government, talking about malaria, TB, and HIV, and they spend millions of dollars in treating them. Malaria, TB, and HIV every year kills 3 million people. But lack of access to safe surgery kills 17 million people across the world. Now, you must be thinking this must be one of those complex heart and brain operations. No, I'm talking about bellwether surgeries. Surgeries like cesarean section for obstructed delivery, surgeries like the burst appendix surgery, and surgery for compound fracture. These are basic surgeries which can be done, which is not available. Now, India, with a population of 1.4 billion, needs 70 million surgeries a year. Now, I want to ask you, do you know how many surgeries are done in India today? Only 20 million. We need to do nearly 4 times more surgeries than what we are doing. And this is what is required. And once the health insurance becomes popular, all these numbers will become a possibility. If the healthcare of the country has to be transformed, we need to wake up the sleeping giant. The sleeping giant is the government hospital, which has over 7.5 lakh beds. These government hospitals are located in the best location. They are most well equipped. They are very spacious, but the productivity is very poor. Now, if these hospitals can be converted like an academic institution for a postgraduate training program under the National Board of Examination, believe me, transformation will happen. Thanks to the Ministry of Health, now this transformation of government hospitals becoming a postgraduate institute is happening. Like, why postgraduate institute will make a difference? The entire National Health Service of England is managed by postgraduate residents, mainly from India. I went to England not with the intention of treating a white man. I went there to learn cardiac surgery. In the process, 7 years I took care of all of them. And today, the younger doctors from India are going there for learning. Now, if only we can convert all our big government hospitals as a postgraduate institution, we will have amazing skilled doctor workforce. The other important thing what the policymakers have to do is to the Ministry of Health of every state must ask one data from every government hospital. That is, number of surgeries done in those hospitals. If you monitor the number of if a hospital is doing large number of surgeries, That means their outpatient is very efficient. That means their blood bank is working. That means their lab is working, nurses are working. Because if these things are not there, they can't do the operation. So, and the other thing what the government has to do, Ayushman Bharat spends thousands of crore rupees. If the good number of Ayushman Bharat are diverted to government hospitals and Ayushman Bharat pays the money, if this money is given to the staff as an incentive for doing the operation, like some amount of money for the doctors, nurses, technician, housekeeping staff, the money will come back to the government and this will transform the quality of care in a government hospital. The world's largest healthcare provider of the future will have no beds. It is going to be a software with few beds attached to it. The transformation what you have seen with Airbnb, then the Amazon and all these organizations where software is the main asset, same thing will happen in Indian healthcare and the global healthcare. The question is, everyone thinks this software will be developed by US. It is not going to be developed by US. This is the picture of US healthcare. You look at in US, the software called EMR, Electronic Medical Records, cost over $1 billion. It is very, very expensive. And these are built for the laptop and the desktop. They are not built on a mobile platform. Doctors look at the laptop and desktop 5 to 6 times in a day. They look at the mobile phone 200 times in a day. If you want the doctor to take care of the patient, develop the EMR for the mobile phone. So in US, as I said, their software doesn't work on the mobile device. But America is a very innovative country. They have put their desktop on a trolley with the wheels and they lug it around the hospital and they call it as a mobile platform, which is computer on wheels. So the large number of American hospitals communicate with a pager. You can see the doctor intensive care unit still using a pager. In India, if you want to see a pager, you have to go to a museum. So this is the advantage we have. I am convinced that the most modern electronic medical record, which understand how the doctors work, linking the doctor's patient's machine, will be developed in India. Because we are a country which is blessed with amazing software engineers. You just tell them one problem, they'll come up with 10 solutions. India is going to be the production house for the global doctors. It took 70 years to build 55,000 medical seats in our country. And our government, in the last 7 years, doubled the number of medical seats from 55,000 to 108,000. In just 7 years, we have doubled the number of undergraduation seats and the post-graduation seats. Now, for a country like India, when we produce doctors, we cannot think of what is the Indian requirement. India, when it manages the skilled workforce, we have to look at the global requirement, because an American doctor will never work in England. An English doctor will never work in America. But the Indian doctor is happy to work in any part of the world. And British Medical Journal published an article from Harvard which clearly mentioned that the American patients who were treated by Indian doctors lived longer than the American patients who were treated by American doctors. This is the brand which India has as healer of the world. Now, if we want to increase the number of doctors, there is only one country in the world which can just one government order can add 70,000 undergraduation seats to produce 70,000 additional doctors a year just by allotting 100 extra seats to existing 700 medical colleges. All they have to do is allow the medical college to take extra 100 students. Now, how this will work? Our medical colleges have an intake of 100 or 200, but they are occupying 20 acres of land with phenomenal infrastructure. If they get extra 100 seats, the preclinical work can be done in the existing place. For a clinical work, they can adopt a government hospital. And all this can be done with very little investment. Now, one question what the experts will ask is, where is the faculty? Existing hospitals, medical colleges don't have faculty. How are you going to get the faculty? All we have to do is to redefine what faculty is. I will, in a simple term, I'll explain to you what is the current definition of faculty is. Let's look at faculty to teach cardiac surgery. Now, when you talk about cardiac surgery, generally about 3 or 4 names come to your mind. One is Dr. Naresh Trihan of Medanta. Other senior cardiac surgeon is Dr. Ramakant Panda from Bombay, who are operating on very influential, wealthy people, and people who were never operated by them also claim that they were operated by them. They are very popular. And also they name me as a surgeon who always operates on the poor people. We do one of the largest number of surgeries, and all 3 of us, according to the current guidelines of the Medical Council, cannot teach cardiac surgery because we have never worked in a medical college of India. So if you are not allowing the top surgeons of the country to teach cardiac surgery, and that is a definition of faculty, there will be shortage of faculty. You change the definition, then you'll have enough faculty to run any number of medical colleges. So another important policy what the government has to look at is government should come up with an aggressive task of earning $100 billion of remittances every year from the healthcare workers. Now, we look at Satya Nadella from Microsoft, we look at Sundar Pichai of Google, and Arvind of IBM. We all think that they are the CEOs of these big American companies. Every American company CEOs are Indians. Why? They are brilliant people, no doubt, but the board of these companies made them as the CEOs not only because they are the brilliant people. The people in those companies who are building the product of the future, which will define the future of all these companies, are Indians, and board knows that the Indian knows how to get the best work out of the other Indians. That is the reason why they have become the CEOs. Believe me, the hospitals of the future across the world, the doctors, nurses, technicians, administrators, everyone will be from India. They have no choice. The reason is Indians are genetically designed by God as the healers. Who wants to work in a building where from morning till evening patients are only complaining, they are in pain? Indians are genetically made to work in those places. So it is a matter of time. We will be forced to manage hospitals outside the country. Now, for that to happen, we need to take one policy decision. That is, we should allow every 100-bed hospital to become a nursing college. If we allow 100-bed hospital to become nursing college, every year we'll be able to train few lakh young nurses. And these nurses, because they are working in a hospital, when they come out, they will be very skilled. You always hear the complaint that the nurses who are graduating, they have no skill. The reason is, if you look at a pilot training institution, at the age of 18, some boys and girls join a pilot training institution. At the end of 10 months, these students of a pilot training institution are given a license to fly a plane with passengers in it in 10 months. But a girl coming out of the nursing college at the end of 4 years, she may not be skilled even to check the blood pressure. What is the difference? The difference is, if a nurse has to be trained, she has to be trained in a hospital. and most of the nursing schools are not part of the hospital. You cannot train a swimmer in a classroom. You want to train people to swim, they have to get into the water. Now, why we need to aim for $100 billion of remittance a year? This is because when these remittances coming from the nurses, doctors, technicians working in US, European hospitals, where does the money go? When a software company earns 100 billions of profit, that money goes to the shareholders. When $100 billion of remittances come to India, that money goes to millions of households, poor households in rural India, where the nurses come from, directly to their household, transforming their life. This is the power of remittance compared to the money earned by a company. This is the photograph of a young nurse who was trained by us in Bangalore. She joined us as a A&M, then a GNM she did, then BSc. When we started our hospital in Cayman Island, she joined the hospital as a nurse. There are over 100 nurses who are trained by us working in our hospital in Cayman Island, and they are sending home every month over 1 lakh rupees. And they are only in their 23, 24-year-old. Tell me which profession in India at the age of 23, 24, a girl from poor family can afford to earn and send home over 1 lakh rupees a month. There is only one profession, that is nursing profession. And this is what we have to accomplish. So I would like to end my talk saying that nothing is more powerful than the idea whose time has come. And I am a kid who was born in India soon after the independence. So as a kid I was passionate about reading the newspaper. And there was always a news that any overseas delegate coming to India, the one statement they all used to make is, India is the country of future. And that used to make me very happy and proud. But I waited for 70 years for the country of future to announce its arrival. Thanks to Mr. Modi and his very passionate government, now I can hear the knock on the door. Few more steps, we will be there, and the world will never be the same again. Thank you.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Jai Hind friends, I am Major Gauravari and you are watching the latest news of the day. Very recently, the Prime Minister of India spoke to the Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak, and both had a talk, and both parties were extremely eager to take forward, the free trade agreement between UK and India. In this free trade agreement, what has happened is that, it was initiated somewhere around 2022, and since then, more than, I think, 12 or 13 meetings have taken place, and it's all coming out now in the open that, we want to partner, and this strategic partnership, a very important strategic partnership between the UK and India needs to be taken forward, and, we need to take it also in the economic sphere, and we will give each other certain privileges and, more goods, Indian goods going to UK and more UK goods going to India, etc., etc. So there will be a lot of privileges, a lot of, tax breaks, and it's a whole this thing, which will a whole system which will encourage Indian trade with the UK and UK trade with India. Some of the richest people in UK especially like Mittal, who's the steel king of the United Kingdoms. He is there, and a lot of rich Indians reside there, billions of pounds worth of investment, etc. So that is one part, and there's a very dynamic Indian diaspora in the UK, and the UK recognizes the power of the Indian diaspora, right? If you leave aside Khalistanis, who are not Indians, by the way, I do not think we should count Khalistanis as Indians. They may have been born in India, but I think they are a blot to humanity, and we pretty much don't care about the Khalistanis. If you take them out, Indians have an extremely clean record. Very low crime as far as the Indian NRIs are concerned. Most of them are highly qualified, and they are occupying top positions. They are responsible people. The jail population, the prison population of Indians in the UK is extremely low. The Pakistani population and the Khalistani population is extremely high. I mean, first the Pakistanis go to UK and then they go to prison. It's like hop. UK is, okay, you land in the UK and then you go to a British prison. I mean, that's how many Pakistanis end up spending time in UK, because grooming gangs, etc., etc. But India has got a spotless reputation, and which is why most of the countries, they want to invest in India. Very recently, 4 European countries, they promised, they have signed an understanding with India that they will invest more than $100 billion in India over a period of 15 years. This is a massive investment coming in one go over 15 years, $100 billion. And this is also an acknowledgement of India's growing economic stature and diplomatic stature. And looking at all this, the UK says that we also want some of it. So countries vying with each other, there's Saudi Arabia, there is UAE, there are so many countries, right, who are actually saying that we want to invest in India, because above all, investment depends upon ROI, return on investment, and everybody is very sure that this investment will make a lot of sense for them as investors, because they'll get a lot of returns. That is one news for the day. And the second news is that NSA, Ajit Doval met Benjamin Netanyahu, and they discussed a lot of stuff, especially regarding the bombing in Gaza, humanitarian aid, etc., and the overall security situation in West Asia. We call it West Asia, the world calls it the Middle East, it doesn't matter. In West Asia, oblique the Middle East. Also very important what the Houthis are doing, and I believe sometime back they hijacked, off the coast of Somalia. So the Houthis are in a separate area altogether, but this is Somalia, and when I talk about Somalia, proper Africa, and they hijacked a Bangladeshi ship. So all this area, right from the Red Sea to the Horn of Africa, down from there, this is a zone where if you don't get hit by a missile, you will get hijacked by the Somalians. So the Houthis are active, the Somalians are active, and this is something that the world is trying to fight against, and I'm sure they must have discussed a lot of stuff. They must have discussed the ceasefire. It will all come out, details will slowly come out, but NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval going to Israel and meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister, I think it's a very, very big deal.
I think we are looking at a new India. I'm talking only from a pure manufacturing and a pure industry context. The most important thing we believe it is this new India is being propelled by this great self-belief and the spirit that we have had. The spirit has actually multiplied, it has actually grown in the last few years, and I think there will be no more stopping for us. That going forward, we have to maintain that spirit, and of course, we should now hunt across the world in packs and not just as individuals, and that will be the new India of the next decade.
Dialogue is horrible to me now. It's my friend and it's my enemy. In the end, it keeps me alive. this once very carefully because it's a hideous disease. It's horrible because it's so contagious, and its the extent of damage to a human being is totally unpredictable. Mine was extensive. One of the worst cases ever recorded, and I'm still here. But I've watched thousands of kids in my ward, in my time, at Parkland, die of it that had considerably less problem. You never know. So, the machine, I can tell you that it is another way of life. It's a different kind of life, and that you're totally restricted. Many people would go crazy in it. And I watched them do it in the hospital. But you adapt and you learn to do what you need to do to accomplish your goals and your dreams with the help of the ISRO.
Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, reported to our hospital today around 7:30 p.m. with a history of fall within the vicinity of her home due to some push from behind. She had a cerebral concussion and had a sharp cut over her forehead and nose, which was bleeding profusely.
একটা ধাক্কা লেগেছে এটা আমি শোনা যাচ্ছে দিদি কি করে হয়েছে আমরা ঠিক বলতে পারছি না দিদি একটা ধাক্কা লেগেছে এটা
Good afternoon and welcome friends to this special broadcast where we are building up for that special announcement press conference by the Election Commission of India. The full election commission led by Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar and the two new ones who have joined just yesterday. Gyanesh Kumar, and SS Sandhu, both 1988 batch IS officers, now retired. One who has had a long history with the Home Ministry and the Cooperatives Ministry at the centre, more specifically dealt with the abrogation of Article 370 when he was in the Home Ministry. That's Ganesh Kumar. And SS Sandhu, who as Chief Secretary of Uttarakhand played a role in the rollout of Uniform Civil Code, apart from, of course, handling an important portfolio as Chairman of the National Highways Authority of India, NHAI. So that completes the Election Commission, and they are going to hold that press conference announcing the general elections 2024 for Lok Sabha 18th, the 18th Lok Sabha of the country, Festival of Democracy, kicking in officially today. And of course, as also the Model Code of Conduct would be starting with that announcement. What is expected? The number of phases in which the elections are to take place. Last time it was 7, 2014 it was 9 phases. And so interesting would be to see how many phases this election is to take place. We are getting these pictures of inside the Vigyan Bhavan Hall where the press conference is to take place. And our correspondent Harsha Chandwani is there. Outside we have Rakshita reporting live in a bit. We are also going to be joined in by the Executive Editor Politics, Aishwarya Kapoor from the newsroom. We also have Aniruddha joining us live from Guwahati. He's there live with us. So let me just take a quick dip in before we come to the guests in the studios. To you first, Rakshita, you are outside Vigyan Bhavan. What's the buzz like? And 3 p.m. is the time when the announcements take place. Is the Election Commission, the 3 election commissioners, already there at the venue, or you're waiting for them to arrive?
No, we've been inside, Abhishek. We haven't seen any arrival of the officers as of now, at least. And also, of course, the stage is set. The preparations are going on. All the officers, of course, the team behind this is, of course, on its toes right now. We've seen ever since we've entered. There is a lot of, preparations that are going on in full swing. And, of course, the buzz, the excitement is, of course, at its peak, because there is a lot of questions on when exactly will the elections kick off. Of course, talking about last date was on the 10th of March when the announcement was made, and thereby we saw in mid-April around, or 11th of April, if I'm not wrong, we saw the Lok Sabha polls kick-starting in the country. This time we expect somewhere around mid-April that the elections can take place. It was in 7 phases last time, and this Lok Sabha expected it could be a more number of phases, maybe 7 to 8 phases, because the number of voters, Abhishek, has increased. There are a lot of young voters. In fact, the Election Commission just was in its presentation that are going on right now inside the hall was actually writing down on those presentations that 2 crore young voters have been registered this time, and there has been a massive increase in the women voters, in the female voters, especially if you talk about the young voters. So there is also almost 97 crore voters that we are going to see this time around. And of course, the challenge is for the opposition this time, because the juggernaut continues as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned. He's looking for a record, a 3rd straight term, and of course the 400 par pitch continues. The preparations are going on in full swing. However, we do not have any word that is there any change in the timing of the press conference. We understand that this is on time. So 3 p.m. is the time when we will be hearing the Chief Election Commissioner and the officers, the 2 officers also announcing the poll dates. Alongside, we expect that the poll dates for the assembly elections, at least in 4 states, that is Odisha, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh, will also be now announced, because the term of these respective assemblies is ending this June. So it will be, of course, interesting to see. We expect a lot of excitement across the country, and of course in our newsroom the excitement will be peaking as the poll dates are announced. Abhishek.
Right. Okay, Rakshita. So while we wait for the Election Commission to really arrive at the Vigyan Bhavan venue in New Delhi, where the press conference is slated to take place at 3 p.m., I also have Harsha from outside the Election Commission office. So before I go to Guwahati to Anirudh, let me just take a dip in with Harsha. Harsha, over to you. What's the scene like? You are at the I believe you You are also at Vigyan Bhavan, right? So what's really happening? You believe you are at some other place inside the Vigyan Bhavan. How long before we get the election commissioners arriving at the venue?
So Abhishek, we have got to know that all the three election commissioners have already arrived. Rajiv Kumar, the chief election commissioner, right now with the other two new appointed election commissioners right now is having a meeting before coming here for a press conference to tell you that the last year the entire exercise along with the state election commissioners who went to each and every state, and also the preparedness was done exactly how many booths are to be ensured, and also wherever the number of troops are to be increased. But this time the all-be traction would be, Abhishek, in West Bengal, Punjab, Chhattisgarh, Bastar region and Jammu and Kashmir probably. But right now what we got to know that as compared to 2019, the internal security situation in India is much better right now in 2024. However, our sources in election commissioner tell us that the deployment of troops and the para forces to ensure that there is no political violence and also booth capturing. The election commissioner will also ensure that just before election, the several political parties, they resort to the mudslinging and also personal attack. That should not happen, and also the bribe and the humongous clash flow is always seen just before election during the campaigns. That's how election commission can control. These all will be talked about. This all will be the center of the election commission press conference. We'll wait because at 3 o'clock sharp, all the three election commissioners will arrive here. Stage is all set, and right now what we see are the promotional videos from election commission. Back to you.
All right, Harsha. Let me just take a quick dip in with Anirudh in Guwahati before I come to Aishwarya and have a political conversation. Anirudh, two states in the northeast going for polls along with the Lok Sabha, Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh. What's your sense? How it's looking like there on the ground? Everyone excited to participate in Festival of Democracy there in the northeast?
Yes, Abhishek, definitely. There was a lot of anticipation this time, particularly in Assam and Northeast, that CAA will be an issue, in fact, in the run-up for the elections. However, with the rules coming into force now, we have seen that CAA is absolutely a non-factor in the Northeast, except for a few parties who have approached the Supreme Court. There is absolutely no chaos in regards to the CAA, and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has also made it very clear that not a single application have been filed in the portal so far. Right now on this broadcast, I am also joined by Rajya Sabha MP from Assam and Political Secretary to Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, Pavitra Margarita. Mr. Margarita, what will be the agenda and what is the issue that the BJP is going into the polls this time, particularly in Assam and Northeast?
So it is, the issue is only development. So like all the other parts of India, Assam in the Northeast is also Modi-Mai. So Modi ji is our candidate. Lotus is our symbol, and out of 14 seats, as per the opinion polls and different surveys, it is clear that we had the opportunity to get to 11 seats. But now, as and when the candidate list has been announced by the opposition, especially the Congress party, now we have been almost sure that we are going to get 12 plus. It may touch 13 also out of 14. So it's a very, we are very much optimistic to get 12 plus seats out of 14 here in Assam. So agenda is only development and development.
Do you think that the Congress will be reduced to zero this time in Assam?
Yeah, I won't be surprised if you see after the result is declared, Congress may become zero here, because out of the 14 seats, in 12 seats, we are going to get blessings of the common voters, people of Assam, and only in 2 seats there will be close contest amongst BJP Alliance, Congress, and the other third party, that is Maulana Badruddin Azmal's AIUDF. So the contest will be only in 2-3 seats. The rest is Modi-Mai.
Thank you so much. This was Pavitra Margarita, Abhishek, clearly saying that Prime Minister Modi is the candidate, be it anywhere across the country, and people will vote for Modi. This is the version of the BJP here in the Northeast too. Abhishek.
Right, obviously that was about Assam, but the Northeast has some peculiarities, very interesting peculiarities of that region, which is that there are many states like Sikkim which is going to polls, and states like Nagaland, Mizoram, which frequently do not have an opposition. All the MLAs are on one side. And that would be interesting to watch out. On that note, let me come back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, in numbers, as Harsha was mentioning, this is a bigger election than 2019, obviously, because more voters, more polling booths, more security arrangements. But let's speak politically. Who's looking better prepared? Which side is better ready to take on the rigors of the campaign and come out better on the other side in May, Aishwarya? The BJP-led NDA or the Congress-led India Alliance?
Abhishek, on any other day or in any other election in the last 20-25 years, the situation would not have been like this, what it is this time around. It's a one-way, it is a lopsided from Jammu and Kashmir to Kerala, from Gujarat to Northeast. You see, it is not a level playing field. While we are talking, while it is expected in the next 60 to 90 minutes that you are going to have a press conference from the Election Commission, BJP is not stopping its preparedness. BJP is still at it. Yes, BJP is confident, and in the words of the opposition, they call BJP as overconfident, but still they are putting in their senior leaders in the fight, like Piyush Goyal. He is going to fight his first Lok Sabha election. They are not shying away. It is not a level playing field because there is a vast difference. There is a vast difference between the leadership of both of these parties. At one side, you have the duo or the trio of Modi, Shah and Nadda who work 24/7, 365. You see, they sleep, they eat and they do politics. That's the only three things they do. And on the other side, you have leaders like Rahul Gandhi, you have leaders like Akhilesh Yadav who only work 2 or 3 days in a week maximum. And the minute they have done 2 or 3 rallies, Abhishek, they need to take a break. And to take a break, they need to go overseas. They are not apt to take on the duo of Modi and Shah, to be very clear. And it is reflected, or we see a reverberating impact in the cadre as well. You see, you talk to a BJP cadre and you talk to a Congress cadre. You understand that very moment from Jammu and Kashmir to Kerala. In the states where BJP is not so strong, that is Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, you go and talk to BJP's cadre that they are still motivated. You talk to a Congress cadre in a state where they have been victorious. You talk to a Congress leader in Himachal Pradesh and you'll understand how strong Congress is. In Lok Sabha election, they are not. This is irrespective of they winning Himachal and defeating BJP. You talk to a sitting Congress minister in Karnataka, you understand that how demoralized they are despite defeating the BJP in the last assembly polls. Because when it comes to general election, Abhishek, and you are absolutely aware, it's Modi versus who? You see, it's Modi versus Rahul. Modi stands victorious. It's Modi versus the complete opposition. Modi stands victorious. And what is the new plank? And what is the new plank, Abhishek, which the opposition is bringing out? Nothing. You see, they feel or they see their victory in that one judgment of the court. The problem is their frustration and their desperation, Abhishek. Yes. Yes, Abhishek.
You mentioned, some people in the opposition say that the BJP is overconfident. To the contrary, if you go by the markers and the events that have taken place in politics over the last few months, compare how the BJP team looks like today heading into 2024 general elections vis-a-vis 2019. So they have changed 6 chief ministers. Recently, Manohar Lal Khattar in Haryana. Before that, in the elections, we saw the chief ministers of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, new faces being brought in. You have seen Basavaraj Bommai now contesting for the Lok Sabha. And you have had Trivendra Singh Rawat, who was Uttarakhand chief minister at that time, now contesting a general election. Compare that with the situation in the Congress party. No senior is willing to contest a general election and take on the BJP. Also, if you look at the manner in which the BJP has diligently gone about announcing 267 seats vis-a-vis only 82 seats of the Congress party. So obviously, if you look at the general election like an exam, the student which is doing more, which is showing more energy, more restlessness, even more nervousness, is the BJP. The Congress party seems to be in a la-la land.
No, because they are unclear. Abhishek, their leadership is unclear. There is no clarity. They don't know what to do. Their cadres, their leaders. It is not that there is any dearth of caliber in Congress. There are still several mass leaders present in the Congress party. You and me both are aware. But the problem is that they don't know what to do. They really don't understand what is the line of the Congress leadership. And to be specific, when we talk about Congress leadership, we mean about Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and they are unclear. Because one day they talk X, the next day they talk Y, on day 3 they are on line Z. So very apparently it gets trickled down. It's a reverberating impact onto the cadre that there is no clarity. And that's why you see a Congress, you mentioned Abhishek, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, a man who's been a chief minister for 18 years, stands victorious in the assembly polls like never before. Only a BJP would have a confidence to remove him. They did. A day prior of Manohar Lal Khattar being removed, the Prime Minister praised him and called him an old friend and mentioned ki kaise, how they used to go on a motorbike ride. Despite that, keeping in mind the present political situation in Haryana, you remove Manohar Lal Khattar, only a BJP can do it. In a Congress, even if you can speak to Rahul Gandhi on a phone, no one can take action against you, or no one will take any decision against you. So for BJP, for all practical reasons, as it's called in Hindi, Abhishek, Samadam Dand Bhed, they want victory. And they want to get that number of 370 bare minimum. Bare minimum. The Prime Minister mentioning it not once, on the floor of the House and outside, BJP has basically understood that that's the minimum target. And it's not an easy target to get even for the BJP. It's the third term for Prime Minister Modi. So very clearly. And on the other hand, when you have an opposition, this is so weak. So Abhishek, it's clear. And it's not good for democracy. To have a strong democracy, you need a strong opposition, which is absent at this point of time. And the opposition or the leaders like Tejasvi Yadav, who still have some mass. Yes, back to you, Abhishek.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. You know, we are going to have this conversation till the Election Commission starts its press conference and the announcement. I would request all our teams to stay. Aishwarya, you also stay. It would be better if you are in the studio with me. And on the other side of a short break, we are going to come back and continue this conversation on which side looks better prepared as the Election Commission announces the general elections 2024. Short break.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. KCR's daughter, K. Kavita, has been arrested today in the Delhi Liquorgate scam. We're going to talk about it. Today, a team of 10 ED officers from Delhi came, they carried out extensive searches, and then they arrested her. This moment, ladies and gentlemen, should settle a few things. K. Kavita, like Arvind Kejriwal, has been singing on about the conspiracy of vendetta. In March 2023, K. Kavita was the same politician who sought a fresh date from the ED for summons because of a scheduled hunger strike on the passage of the Women's Reservation Bill, just like Arvind Kejriwal is doing now. K. Kavita is the same individual who has skipped multiple summons of the ED this year itself, just like Arvind Kejriwal is doing now. K. Kavita is the same individual who went to the ends of the earth to taint the ED as a politically motivated agency, just as Arvind Kejriwal is doing now. And K. Kavita, despite all of that, is under arrest today. Whether K. Kavita gets bail or not will be a matter decided by the courts of law. But just like the courts of law have kept Manish Sisodia under custody for 383 days, barring sporadic interim bail on personal grounds, he's been inside jail. Now, if this is telling me something, what is it? It is that Arvind Kejriwal should realize in this moment, at this hour, that the vendetta card, Arvind Kejriwal, is going to take him nowhere. That the ED will do what it has to and have to defend it before a court of law or custody. Arvind Kejriwal should also know that with K. Kavita in custody, the link with Vijay Nair, his man, his boy, the person who worked for him, that also will slowly be unearthed. Because it has been alleged that K. Kavita was in touch with Vijay Nair. And Vijay Nair was taking the bribes on behalf of the Aam Aadmi Party. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, there is a strong possibility that K. Kavita's arrest will lead to many more quick developments in Liquorgate. So the Aam Aadmi Party should really watch out.
और मोदी है तो मुमकिन है
कम से कम हमारा 10,000 रुपए बच जाएगा। 2 रुपए में भी बहुत फायदा हो जाता है, 2 रुपए कम होने में बहुत बड़ी बात है सर। तो हमें बेनिफिट मिलना है इसमें से।
लगभग कितना बेनिफिट रोज का होगा?
रोज का सर मान लीजिए कम से कम 200 से 300 रुपए तो बचेगा ही बचेगा कम से कम।
कितना गाड़ी औसतन चलाते हैं डेली का?
All right, welcome back. We are cutting straight to pictures coming in from Kalburagi, and this is a public rally where Prime Minister is already present and he is going to address this huge rally. Remember, Prime Minister was in Telangana earlier. Before that, he has been in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister doing a whirlwind tour of South India ahead of announcement of elections by the Election Commission of India. He has been on a 4-day trip to South India and he is going to continue there till 19th of this month. Today is 16th. For another 3-4 days he is there, crisscrossing the region. Prime Minister there in Kalburagi. And this is also the constituency, by the way, of Shiding, Leader of Opposition. I beg your pardon. Yes, Leader of Opposition to Rajya Sabha, and the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, who it seems is not very excited about contesting from Kalburagi. Prime Minister there, from the turf of the Congress President, is going to address the rally in a bit from now. We'll come back when the Prime Minister speaks. We'll be again into a short break.
ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ವಿಜೇಂದ್ರ ಜಿ ಅವರು ಈ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀನಿ.
Just a day after the central government has now issued notification to celebrate 17th September as Hyderabad Liberation Day every year, and also at the same time now we are seeing that a movie based on the Nizam's rule, the Razakar's rule, now a movie is being released on the name Razakar. We have the producer of the film, Gudur Narayan Reddy, with us. We'll talk to him and know exactly what the movie talks about. Sir, the Razakar movie is all set to release on the 15th of March. What exactly does the movie talk about? What message are you trying to put forth through this movie?
First of all, I salute our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for declaring 17th September as a Liberation Day of Hyderabad. Because it took 75 years for the pseudo-secular parties who have ruled our country to not even to consider it. And every time some political parties for their electoral benefits, used to talk that 17th September should be the official Liberation Day, it should be celebrated officially. Today, the union government headed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and also the Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji has taken a great decision. My salutes to them. Secondly, the movie Razakar is going to talk or depict exactly what happened during those dreadful 396 days. Post 15th August 1947 till 17th September 1948, till Hyderabad was liberated from the draconian rulers of Telangana, present-day Telangana, yesteryear Hyderabad province, headed by Mir Usman Ali Pasha, the then 7th Nizam. He acted so dastardly on his own people that unbelievable things have happened. Not even Nazis have committed such heinous crimes. Nizam has committed. And nobody had the guts to produce this because everyone, okay, because a threat comes and they get scared and all that. I'm not scared. I am son of the soil. I would like to bring out the real story which happened and which was kept under the wraps all these years, 7.5 decades it took. God, Sri Lord Balaji has enlightened me. When I went to have darshan, as I landed in Renugunta airport, I got a feeling that Razakar in my mind. I thought Balaji, Lord Bhagavan Balaji is, basically indirectly or directly is giving me a signal that I should take up this subject, which I took up, and it has come out very well. It's going to open the minds and also enlighten the present-day generation, younger generation of our country. They need to know. Because all this while, whenever we see any books, we see great things about some, Shah Jahan, Akbar and all that. But we never see a bad thing done by a same community guy, Nizam the 7th. He has done such heinous crimes, committed such heinous crimes that 60,000 rapes of women of his own province and 2 lakh murders of the people of his own province, and there were innumerable number of lootings done by the Razakars. I would like to, I had a direction from Lord Balaji to produce this movie, and I have produced. It has nothing to do with any political sides or any inclinations or any sidings. I was always a good citizen of this country without any criminal record, and my sincerity should not be doubted.
But sir, also at the same time, on one side we had seen that there were a lot of cases which were put to put a hold on this movie release. But now that the timing also of this movie is being questioned, because on one side we see that the central government has already issued notification to celebrate Hyderabad Liberation Day every year, and notification has been issued. But also on the other hand, we are seeing that very soon the dates for the parliament elections will also be announced. So timing of this release of the movie is being questioned. How do you look at it?
See, some civil society.
मेरा सौभाग्य है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने मुझे मौका दिया उत्तर मुंबई के जनता का सेवा करने के लिए, एक चुनाव के माध्यम से जनप्रतिनिधि बनकर मुझे विश्वास है कि मैं बहुत कुछ सीखूंगा और बहुत कुछ कर पाऊंगा उत्तर मुंबई के लिए। अब की बार 400 पार।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
A high-level committee headed by former President Ramnath Kovind has recommended simultaneous elections for the Lok Sabha and state assemblies as a first step, followed by synchronized local body polls within 100 days' time. But the question is, what is meant by simultaneous elections in the country? Well, we will answer this and some other questions you may have regarding one nation, one election in the country. Beginning with what is meant by simultaneous elections. Well, simultaneous elections, popularly known as one nation, one election, means holding elections to the House of the People, all the state legislative assemblies and local bodies, example, municipalities and panchayats together. Was simultaneous elections held in India earlier is another question. Well, back in 1957, conscious efforts were made by the central government, the state governments and political parties on persuasion of Election Commission of India to prematurely dissolve state legislative assemblies in
All right, welcome back to this special broadcast as we build up to that very special press conference by the Election Commission of India, which is going to announce the general elections 2024 schedule, and with that, kicking off of the election campaign by all sides of the political spectrum. And joining me on this broadcast, Savio Rodriguez and Binay Singh, both analysts leaning towards the BJP. We have George Kurian and Nikhil Jain. I think Nikhil Jain is also going to be there in the frame in a bit, both leaning towards the Congress party. I would want to begin with George Kurian. Savio and Binay, have patience. George Kurian, Prime Minister, has been in South India for the last 3-4 days. He's going to be there for another 3-4 days. And if you look at Prime Minister's travel itinerary for the last 2-3 months, he has been campaigning heavily in South. Now, what's your takeaway heading into general elections now of how does your party look vis-a-vis the ruling dispensation, the BJP and the NDA, George?
Abhishek, good afternoon to you, to my co-panelists and to your audience. I strongly believe that the Prime Minister can, try his level best with regards to South India, but it's not going to gain any momentum out in South or, get them any fruits. To be very frank, South India, votes differently unless there is any manipulation with regards to EVM. Which we are skeptical about. Having said that, the Congress party is well prepared to take Modi head on in 2024, beat the India Alliance, the bloc led by Prime Minister Modi. We are confident the Congress party may not have declared as many as candidates with respect to Bharatiya Janata Party, some 80 odd candidates that we have declared as of now. But deliberations are going on, and because we are into alliance, so the talks are going on, and we are sure that in the next couple of days, maybe 10 days or less than 10 days, the complete list will be out as far as Congress party is concerned. Whereas the Bharatiya Janata Party has declared about 260 plus seats because they are ruling at this point in time. And I'm confident that, the Bharatiya Janata Party has to, answer to the nation for the 10 years of rule that they have been in government. And because there is a growing inflation in the country, rising in unemployment, and the Congress party has come out with an inclusive agenda and catering to the people at large in India with respect to the farmers, be it youth, the women empowerment, be it the unskilled laborers, so things like that. So I'm sure that the Congress party will give a tough fight to Bharatiya Janata Party led by the Prime Minister Modi.
Okay. So, when you mentioned the EVMs was specific to South India, George, just seeking a clarification, or you think the EVM could be an issue for the entire country?
Well, EVM manipulation is a concern for us with respect to the entire nation. South India is specified because there is no ground as such for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Maybe the narrative is trying to build up on television and print media.
Okay, fair enough. Nikhil Jain, you agree with your co-panelist and someone who leans towards your side that EVMs could be an issue?
Abhishek, time and again, there have been reports and instances where EVMs have been found in the possession of BJP candidates, or they have been outside the strong room, or there was some tampering. I'm not saying that anybody can flip an entire election with an EVM, but yes, there can be some manipulations done with an EVM wherever the margins of victory are very small. Those are the cases, those are the constituencies one really needs to, look whether the EVMs were tampered with or not.
Okay, Binay Singh, seems like the Congress already getting a bit psyched out. Talking about EVMs before they talk about how many number of tickets they have given, how many of their senior leaders are contesting.
Abhishek, first of all, it's a great event today that the Election Commission is announcing the election dates, because, it is the greatest festival of each and every citizen of this country. We celebrate elections. And the point is, Abhishek, that, Congress has a history, not a history, but it has a history seat of, demonizing the EVM. Whenever they win elections, the EVM issue is not there. And whenever they lose, they demonize EVM. So whenever they win, the claim goes to Rahul Gandhi.
Binay, Binay, sorry to be interrupting, but for the two Congress leaning panelists, we are also getting live pictures of Prime Minister, and that's he speaking in Kalburagi, and we have these live pictures from the Gaganyaan Bhavan, where everyone seems to be ready and waiting for the election commissioners to announce. These are live pictures. We have gone full frame to Gaganyaan Bhavan. The election commissioners yet to arrive. Other officials are there, having prepared the hall for that big announcement. The election commissioners should be coming or arriving anytime now. The press conference has to begin at 3 p.m. Stage set for the announcement, and Prime Minister, of course, doing this rally in Kalburagi, and he's already speaking. Should we cut to him for a bit and then come back for the conversation? Okay, let's cut to the Prime Minister. He's speaking in Kalburagi.
फिट्टा हो, हर तरफ लोग बीजेपी को बड़ी उम्मीद से देख रहे हैं। तेलंगाना के नागर कुर्नूल की रैली में मैंने लोगों को अपने बच्चों के लिए विकसित भारत का निर्माण करने का संकल्प लेते हुए देखा है। हैदराबाद के रोड शो में हर उम्र के लोगों ने विकास और तरक्की के हमारे संकल्प को अपना समर्थन दिया। पूरे दक्षिण भारत में हर क्षेत्र में हर वर्ग के लोगों ने बीजेपी को अपना अपार समर्थन दिया है। दक्षिण में बीजेपी को मिल रहे इस भारी समर्थन का ही नतीजा है कि इंडी अलायंस और कांग्रेस के लोग भी कहने लगे हैं, और आपके यहां के एक नेता ने तो पार्लियामेंट में कह दिया, हमारे विरोधी कह रहे हैं अब की बार साथियों, कर्नाटका में आप लोगों का कांग्रेस के लिए जो आक्रोश है वो मैं भली भांति समझ सकता हूं। कांग्रेस एक ऐसी पार्टी है जो चाहे कितने भी कपड़े बदल ले, कांग्रेस की करतूतें नहीं बदलती। और इसलिए कर्नाटका में जनता जाग चुकी है, आक्रोश और गुस्से से लाल है। किसी सरकार से इतने कम समय में ही जनता का मोहभंग हो जाना, ये दिखाता है कि लोगों को कांग्रेस की सच्चाई क्या है, इसका पता चल गया है। और कभी कभी लोग भी सोचते हैं कि चलो भाई एक बार सजा दी, अब वो सुधर जाएंगे, दोबारा कुछ अच्छा करेंगे। लेकिन लोग फिर निराश हो, सुधरने को तैयार ही नहीं है भाई। आप कितने मौके दीजिए, वो नहीं सुधरेंगे। आज कर्नाटका में कानून व्यवस्था की धज्जियां उड़ाई जा रही हैं। असामाजिक तत्वों को खुलेआम संरक्षण दे रही है। जनता के मन में खौफ पैदा किया जा रहा है। जनता परेशानियों से त्रस्त है और कांग्रेस लूट में व्यस्त है। साथियों, एक बार कोयले से कालिख दूर हो सकती है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से करप्शन दूर नहीं हो सकता। इन परिवारवादियों के लिए करप्शन ही ऑक्सीजन है। बिना भ्रष्टाचार के ये लोग सियासत में सांस भी नहीं ले सकते। चुनाव से पहले बड़ी बड़ी घोषणाएं करना और चुनाव के बाद सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरना, यही कांग्रेस का काम है। कर्नाटका को कांग्रेस ने अपना फैमिली एटीएम बना लिया है। पार्टी और परिवार के खर्चे पूरे करने के लिए कर्नाटका की जनता की मेहनत की कमाई यहां से सप्लाई की जा रही है। साथियों, जहां राज्य की सारी पूंजी कुछ लोगों का पेट भरने में, जेब भरने में, तिजोरी भरने में खपने लगती है, वहां सबसे पहले कुशासन, अव्यवस्था और अराजकता चारों तरफ हर स्तर पे फैलना शुरू हो जाती है। इसलिए कांग्रेस ने चुनाव में जो वादे किए थे, उन्हें पूरा करना तो दूर, उल्टा कर्नाटका के हालात दिन पर दिन बदहाल होते जा रहे हैं। चुनाव में कांग्रेस ने मुफ्त बिजली का वादा किया था, लेकिन जवाब में जनता को बिजली की कटौती मिली, अंधेरा मिला। आज किसान पूछ रहे हैं कि जब बिजली ही नहीं है तो खेतों में पंप सेट कैसे चलेंगे? इन लोगों ने किसानों से एक और धोखा किया। हर किसान को पता है कि मोदी सरकार यहां के 55 लाख किसानों के लिए पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के पैसे भेजती है। ये योजना किसानों के लिए वरदान जैसी है। पहले बीजेपी की राज्य सरकार किसानों को इसमें 4,000 रुपये जोड़कर देती थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस वालों ने ये 4,000 रुपये देने का प्रावधान बंद कर दिया। साथियों, ये लोग युवाओं से बड़े बड़े वादे करके सरकार में बैठ गए, लेकिन आज ये उन्हीं युवाओं को उनकी स्कॉलरशिप रोक रहे हैं, स्कॉलरशिप में कटौती कर रहे हैं। ये कांग्रेस ही है जो नौजवानों के हक मारने का पाप कर रही है। कांग्रेस की लूट का हाल ये है कि छोटे छोटे विकास कार्यों के लिए भी सरकार के पास पैसे ही नहीं हैं। विधायकों को कह दिया गया है कि सरकार के पास पैसे नहीं हैं, हाथ ऊपर कर दिए। कलबर्गी के मेरे भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताइए, क्या कोई सरकार ऐसे चल सकती है क्या? चल सकती है क्या? कर्नाटका का भला कर सकती है क्या? आपके सपने पूरे कर सकते हैं क्या? उनके वादे पूरे हो सकते हैं क्या? कांग्रेस भी ये जान चुकी है कि ये दोबारा सरकार नहीं बना पाएंगे। इसलिए कांग्रेस का एक ही एजेंडा बचा है, जितना लूट सको लूटो।
All right, we are coming back to Gaganyaan Bhavan, and these are live pictures coming in from the hall where the press conference will take place. Everything in place, all other officials have taken their chair, and just the three at the center of the three election commissioners, Rajiv Kumar, Ganesh Kumar and SS Sandhu, who are going to be here anytime now. We are hitting 2:58 p.m. now, which means in another 2 minutes the officials, the election commissioners should be there for that big announcement. Lok Sabha, the 18th Lok Sabha of the country, to be formed after the general elections, which are slated to take place from any time in second half of April, third week of April to end of May. And the Lok Sabha has to be constituted by the end of first week of June. And so with the announcement today, the model code of conduct would kick in for all political parties and leaders. And last time the polling was in 7 phases. This time you have 6% more voters. So from 91 crores, the voters have increased to 96 crores. We continue to have our guest Savio. In fact, could not speak last time. So let me go to Savio. Savio, this election commission, I beg your pardon, the electronic voting machine bogey by the panelists from the Congress leaning side. You think we should even bother about it now? Because just yesterday the Supreme Court has said that let's not get into it. This is an uncalled for controversy, and rejected a petition. Savio.
Abhishek, I would of course, like to stand with my fellow panelists from the Congress when they have a fear about the EVM, and therefore I would request them to
Savio,
start with Telangana itself.
so sorry to be interrupting. Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar has taken his chair. SS Sandhu taking his chair now, and of course Ganesh Kumar. The three election commissioners have taken their chair, and their announcement should be starting. Sorry, Savio, but we have to cut live now to Vigyan Bhavan. The press conference by the Election Commission is starting.
Photographers to sit down after taking the still photographs. Kindly be seated. Thank you. गुड मॉर्निंग फ्रेंड्स फ्रॉम द मीडिया। आप सबका इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्वागत है। It's a big day today for all of us at ECI, and I would like to formally welcome you to this press conference to announce the schedule for general elections and some state assemblies. It's my privilege to introduce the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner Shri Rajiv Kumar Ji, the Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Ganesh Kumar, and the Honorable Election Commissioner Dr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu. Also on the dais today are senior officials who have been a part of Team ECI in the past 2 years and have played a crucial role in the run-up to the general elections. Namely, Senior Deputy Election Commissioners Shri Dharmendra Sharma and Shri Nitesh Vyas. Also DECs Shri Udesh Kumar, Shri Ajay Bhadu, Shri R.K. Gupta and Shri Manoj Sahu. Another crucial team member has been DG IT Srimati Neeta Verma. Also on the dais is our Joint Director Media, Anu Chandak, who is familiar to most of you here. I am B. Narayanan, DG Media for the Commission. The format is as follows. There will be opening remarks by the CEC along with the presentation. We will share the PDF copy of the presentation with all of you after this event is over. The PC is also being live streamed on X along with the slides and live streamed on our YouTube and Facebook. Following this PowerPoint, there will be a question and answer session. When you want to ask a question, raise your hand. Wait for a chance to be called by me to put your question. I will direct the micer to come to you. When it's your turn, introduce yourself and your organization and then ask your question. I request you to be brief and ask only one question at a time. Please keep your mobiles on silent mode. Sir, I request you to deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Narayanan. Good afternoon, friends. My recently joined distinguished colleagues, let me introduce you to them. Shri Ganesh Kumar Ji on my right and on your left, and Shri Sukhbir Singh Sandhu Ji on my left. Senior officials from Election Commission of India, friends from media, और विभिन्न संचार माध्यमों से जुड़े हुए देश के मतदाता, आप सबको सबसे पहले अभिनंदन, नमस्कार। आप सभी का इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्वागत है। As you see, our team is now complete. All three of us are here and we are fully prepared. So now our request is to all the voters to get inked. Please, the entire team in the ECI is ready to ink the voters. Please join us. I think this is the most awaited press conference in this part of the year. We address you at a precious moment when we as a nation are set to reiterate our pledge to electoral democracy, when Indians will together express their will once again. This is a historic opportunity for all of us. By the way, this year also marks a pivotal moment in the global landscape of democracies. 2024 is a year of elections across the world. Over 6 nations and people will vote across the hemispheres, across the date lines. However, India's elections have been like a pole star, both for its quantity and quality, and I'll elaborate it in detail in this conference. दुनिया के सबसे बड़े और सबसे जीवंत लोकतंत्र के रूप में भारत पर सभी का ध्यान केंद्रित रहता है। जहां चुनाव एक त्योहार है जिसमें लोकतंत्र के रंग उभरते हैं और देश के सभी हिस्से उसमें समावेश होते हैं। चुनाव का पर्व, देश का गर्व। Let me say in the very beginning that it is our promise to deliver a national election in a manner that we add to our global shine and remain a beacon for electoral democracies across the world. We are committed to give the nation a truly festive democratic environment. Friends, the term of 17th Lok Sabha is due to expire on 16th June 24. The term of legislative assemblies of Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Arunachal, Sikkim are also due to expire in June 24. Jammu and Kashmir assembly में भी चुनाव ड्यू हैं. We in the Commission understand with all humility at our command, that every election is a new test and failure is not an option. The entire election machinery has been trained on all aspects of election management. I had myself personally interacted with over 800 district magistrates across the length and breadth of the country. We have interacted with the SPs, DMs, commissioners, range IGs, political parties, enforcement agencies in Delhi and also while visiting the states. और पूरी स्टेट्स में इन सबके साथ समीक्षा करने के दौरान और उसके बाद हमें ये विश्वास है कि हम एक यादगार